igrali, jih z vinom napajali, da so jih lepše gledali, da so jim laže na dušo pihali, sladko govorili, v verzih, kako zmeraj govorijo za ta del koroški objekt. Ena lepa deklica ne stori drugega, ko v veliko ljubezen zapelje enega. Mojce poredne pa so jim vračale, po verzih seveda, kako to delajo koroška dekleta. Prešmentani pijanček, po boljšej se ti. Boš konjiče prodal, boš pa z mačkami oral. Poslušajte, imam pa Miheno kajžico in tam dol za dravo. šturu sedeva, pa gledava ga. Kakšna sreča. Ne, z nobenim burgerjem ne grem jaz stavšati. Ne, ne.
Thank you. zakaj sem te ljubov, zakaj sem te mol, ko bo sedaj a drugi pri tebe ležal. Zato je sklenil, čeprav se je rajtel ženiti se ko nič ne bo. Ko je eden oženjen, je v zakon zaklenjen. Pa ženkico ima, mora biti doma. Poslušajte, 3 slovenske narodne, sem se rajtel ženiti, moja ljubca mi je pošto poslala in tam, kjer teče, bistra zila. popela pesem, ki je zdaj na vrsti, ker je zelo važno, kaj sporoča. Dokler sem ledek bil, sem vušten paver bil. Sedaj sem ženil se, mi vsele v škodo gre. Vsače petek zjutraj zmede baba puter. Soboto ga proda, da v nedeljo žganje ima. Jaz bom pa gratov jezel, pa bom pavcev rezal. O, ti preljub moj mož, sej ti je po mene bož. Še tebi ga bom dava, sej je pridna krava. Le tedej nekaj izda, če šparava oba. Lepo je, če žena in mož tako lepo skupno delata, da skupaj delata puter, ga skupaj prodata in skupaj zapijeta. Pa čeprav je treba kdaj zaropotati nad paprico. Kako pa je hudo, če takšne sloge ni, govori druga pesmica. Ak v oštarijo grem, en glažek žganja ven pijem, žena se krega 8 dni, ali pa še dlje pokoja ni. Poslušajte koroško narodno, dokler sem ledek bil. Križa se pa ne bojim, da jaz le moža dobim. Saj znam šivat in oprest, hišo tudi znam pomest. Drugo naj me mož uči, saj ga hočem v Boga. Za njo pa bo še pesem o prelepi deželi, kjer hišca na samem stoji, okoli so pa travnki zeleni in druge. Vse kot lep, zvest, slovenski pozdrav z Koroškega daljnim rojakom. Vsaka posebej, vsaka svojo govorico, potožno ali šegavo kličejo na svidenje v stari domovini, tudi tisti, ki je slovenska, pa ne sme biti slovenska, Koroški, odkudar so doma naši pevci in muzikanti. Torej, Mojčica.
We'll have a tear because you'll have to leave us. But our hearts will be happy because they've made us happy this evening, and I'm sure that each and every one of us will remember this evening for a long time because this is our heritage, and they did a beautiful job. This evening, on behalf of the Yugoslav Council, Mr. and Mrs. Temmer, Mr. Temmer represents activity for 1977, Justina Dabrowski, and she will make a presentation to the director of the Danica Ensemble. Justina? Once again, our Chicago District Federation of SMBJ Lodges is proud and honored that we had the pleasure of presenting the Danica Ensemble here in the Chicagoland area. And to their president, Stanko, what's a Stanko, please? Yes? What my carpa de machin nagdila. Our federation would like to present to your Danica Ensemble a bronze plaque here depicting the Chicago area. Inscribed at the bottom, Zgloboka, Walieżność, Zbor Danica, 15 maja 1977, Чикашка, Ukraina, Federacja Družba, Slovenska Narodna Podporna Jednota. We would wish that you would take this back to your home, where you rehearse, and appropriately display it there. And we really appreciate and love having you here in the Chicagoland area. And we do hope that you folks will return soon. Thank you so very much.
If you would like to see them tonight, you come over to 1600 West Province Center at the 35th Street, and they will be there probably till 11 o'clock in the evening, and we're going to have a good time with them. Thank you.
better women's chorus, but I think they're going to be singing with the men. One of the better women's choruses in the country in Chicago.
zu der Jugendleiterin.
Entraut auf der Bühne.
Hier in Chicago.
Sie. Wenn ich sage, okay, versagt nichts.
Hier oben sind die Worte dazu zu richten.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Wiedersehen.
Und zwar erinnert man sich gerne an die Heimat, wie wir hier vorne im Programm unter der guten Leitung erkennen konnten. So manche erinnern sich an die Danksagungen, die wir daheim hatten, wie die Nachbarschaften ihre Funktionen jährlich mit Begeisterungen und alle die Ideen, die jeder Sachse so in der einzelnen Gruppe darbrachte. Und natürlich gab es keine Festlichkeit, die ohne Gesang beendete. Ich glaube, wir können heute auch hier in Chicago noch einen kleinen Stolz auf unsere Schulter nehmen, denn wir sind eine kleine Gruppe, die doch können wir mit Gewissheit uns gegeneinander in die Augen schauen und sagen, wo immer du herkommst, lieber Freund, die alte Heimat ist in uns doch zu erkennen. Es ist mir auch eine besondere Ehre, heute Abend dass hier in unserer Mitte ein Gast ist von der Library of Congress aus Washington, Herr Tony Hellenberg.
Get up so people can see you.
Recht herzlich willkommen bei uns. Dieser junge Mann arbeitet für unseren großen Partner in Washington, der sich um ethnische Gruppen hier in diesem Land herumreist, um mehr auszufinden. Vielleicht kommen wir auch manchmal auf so ein großes Regal, wo unsere Geschichte mehr zum Ausdruck kommen wird. Bei dieser Gelegenheit möchte ich einige Delegierten verschiedenen Vereinen hier vorstellen. Ich glaube, die meisten sind schon der Allgemeinheit bekannt. Jedoch soll jeder geehrt werden, wenn er irgendeine Vertretung einer Gruppe vornimmt. Wir haben 3 symbolische Zweige in Chicago, obwohl sie noch so klein sind, sollen sie nicht vergessen werden. Frau Eleanor Wright, die Präsidentin von Zweig 46. Der Georg Jacobi von Zweig 50. Michael Unsch von Zweig 47. Angeschlossene Vereine der südostdeutschen Organisation ist Herr Nikolaus Schneider von den Donauschwaben. Herr Andy Schiller von den Neubanaten. Andy Schäfer. Franz Brandt von den Bergscheren. Herr Leon Neugebauer vom Schlesierverein. Ich möchte nicht vergessen, nochmal erwähnen, Herr Lenny Schuller, der Präsident des Chores des Siebenbürger Sachsen. Und insbesondere den unermüdlichen Dirigenten Georg Bell. Wir danken unserer Solistin Heidi Ziefer, dass sie heute bei uns Abend hier ein Solo singen konnte. Vertreten der südostdeutschen Organisation ist Herr Peter Krawitsch. Im Allgemeinen glaube ich, wir können froh und stolz sein, dass wir uns so zahlreich heute Abend hier befinden. Und ich hoffe, dass auch jeder wohl auch ein gutes, unterhaltsames Programm hatte und dass auch jeder weiterhin auf diesen Namen mit dem Moor verbringen möchte. Ich möchte einen Gast hier begrüßen, aus Siebenbürgen, ganz aus Siebenbürgen, Herr Alfred Gullisch. Auch ist es eine Ehre für uns hier heute Abend, unseren Pastor Nagelbach aus der sächsischen Kirche hier begrüßen zu können. So, meine Damen und Herren, es wäre so ziemlich alles, ich will euch nicht mehr länger aufhalten.
To spell it to you, Pastor.
Go ahead.
That is a S-A-A-S.
S-A-A-S, huh?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And that's what part of,
That belongs to the district of Schäßburg. And Târgu Mureș, das ist the main thing. Now, Târgu Mureș, das is in the Romanian language.
But it's called now? What is...
No, that called it what I told you, still calls it the same, but I mean it is a village, it is not a city.
The city of... It's in
A
Transylvania.
small town. It is in Transylvania, yes.
Yeah, it's a Transylvania.
In southern Transylvania.
So, and then you grew up in that town?
I grew up in that town, yes.
And you stayed there all of your life until you came here?
No, from there I lived for 12 years in Austria.
That was after the war?
Yes.
What dates were those? You don't remember. How old were you? How about that?
About 3 years. From Austria we came to this country.
How you know the year that you went to Austria? I mean, how old you were when you went to Austria?
Let's see, about 19.
So you spend all of your younger years
in Europe.
In Saas.
In Europe. No, yeah, the child years I spent in Saas, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, with 19 years you are really not a grown-up person.
Well,
in those days you were. Not today.
And then you lived for how many years in Austria?
13.
13?
12, I believe.
12?
Yes.
And then how old were you when you came to this country?
Well, I was already married and had 2 small children. I came with 3 small children here to this country. So, and then, first we were in Lenny, Pennsylvania. And from there we came to Chicago, and here we are still here.
Yeah, where did you live in Austria?
In Linz and the Danube.
You were in that camp where many other people
there were many DP camps, or how they call them now. Displaced person camps. So, and from there then we got our papers made and we came to the States.
And what is your profession?
My profession is a maintenance man.
Maintenance?
Maintenance.
And where do you work now?
The Gold Coast of Chicago.
In one of the big buildings there, huh?
Yes.
I see. Okay, let's talk a bit about the sausage making.
Go ahead.
Tell me about that a little bit. How did you learn that? Did you live in a farm?
Yeah, we were farm people.
What did they have on this farm? What did they raise mainly?
We raised everything, starting from vine to mixed sausage, grapes. Yeah. We had a lot of vineyards.
What was the sausage that we had last night?
That was a full pork sausage, real pork sausage.
A pork sausage.
Yeah, there was no other meat in between. Just the seasonings.
What do you mind telling me about your recipe? I promise I won't give it to anyone.
Well, there is nothing really special on it.
Okay, could you describe then the process?
Oh God, that is something I don't know if I can do that.
You can't?
I know my own taste. That depends on the taste and flavor. You know, someone like it spicier, someone less. I'm in the middle too. I don't like it too spicy, and I don't like it too weak.
Yeah, we took a little bit of...
And I do not like it too dry, and I do not like it too fat. So that's why I said I'm in the middle too, in between.
I see.
And since you tasted yourself, I don't want to be the judge of my own work.
It was excellent. I can verify that. It was excellent. It was just the way I like it best.
And we have the equipment, we have the machines here, what we did not have in Europe. In Europe, we still did it mostly grinding and everything by hand. Here we do it electrically.
I see.
Only the mixing we still do by hand.
So what do you start out with? You start out with pork meat, or?
You cut the pork meat and you grind it.
What kind of pork meat do you use there?
Pork butts.
Butts, huh?
Yeah, well, that's the tenderest, the shortest meat that you can buy from a pork. If you don't have that, you can use ham. But no other fattened stuff. Well, this usually fattened enough, and the pork butts, they're usually the most best for, well, there's just the right amount of fat.
I see.
There has to be some fat in between, so to make it soft, make it juicy. Does it taste good? Well, otherwise it will taste just like whole beef wiener, you know, dry.
Yeah, and it gets drier, right?
Yeah. Now you don't have to fry it really, you know. You can even smoke it, and then you can eat it just like a salami.
I see. So then you grind this up, and then what?
And then you mix it, you know, put it in a big bowl of depends on the amount you make.
Right.
Tub, you know, we have a metal top, aluminum top. And then you put for every so much meat, you put salt in. But that is something, the way I said, that is taste like.
You just go by taste.
But yeah, we don't go by the weight, we put it, I'm guessing, then we mix it. We never tried it by scaling.
By weighing it.
Yeah. Well, we learned it that way, and we stick up to that way, and it turns always pretty good out. And then you mix it, and then you put a piece from this mixture in a pan and fry it over, and thus you have a taste from how it tastes after it's fried. If it isn't exactly the way you want it, well, then you add a little bit more seasoning, pepper and salt, whatever comes there, and then you have to remix it.
What kind of seasonings do you put in besides salt and
That's what
pepper?
I just told you.
You don't
A little
know?
bit garlic.
What?
A little bit garlic. A little bit garlic. Didn't you taste it out? Garlic. Garlic, but that is only we grind the garlic, then we put water over it. We take only the water. We blend it. Well, then we strain it. Then it gets poured over the meat. Then get mixed under with salt and pepper. So that's why I said you have to taste a little bit something from it before you stuff it. Once it is stuffed, you can't sense it anymore.
No, I know, right.
And for this, we have a machine too.
So you
really
grind.
Really a nice joke to do it.
So then you grind that up through the machine, and you stuff it into the casing, huh?
Yeah, no, the casing comes on the machine. Just a second, please. Tony?
Yeah.
Now, I just talked to my wife. Are you still in Chicago? Well, if you don't mind, you can come. We give you a piece of raw sausage meat if you want to fry it. You don't have to know how. You just put it in the oven. You don't need no specialities for that. It's just simple. You put on a dry pan. The rest of the pan takes care of.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I can get out there. I'm leaving Chicago tomorrow. Where are you? Let's see.
You got my address.
Yeah, that's.
That is 4800 North.
Yeah.
And we live north of Lawrence, but in the middle of the block on Spalding.
Well, how
it's
far
a
west?
home, but it's not an apartment building.
How far west is Spalding?
How far west? Not exactly 3300 west. And 4800 north.
I'm not sure if I can get out to see you this.
It is in the block between Kimball and Kedzie. Yes. No, I mean, you could see the machines, too.
That might not be a bad idea. I might just do that.
See, that is something, well, I said today we do it by machine. And years ago we did it by hand.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. You work 10 times easier, and the meat is better mixed, the meat is better grounded.
Yeah.
Than it was by a hand.
By hand, of course.
That was always a 2 days job, and now it is eliminated to an hour and a half. If you don't make 400 or 500 pounds.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Yeah, but there you
is that how much you made for last night?
No, we made only 100 pounds.
And how many people ate there?
Well, everybody could, whoever had a taste for it. There were about 340 people in there.
Yeah, but
that includes the kids.
But and you made 100 pounds for about 300, 400 people, huh?
Yeah.
I see. That would be about your standard then, huh?
That is about the average, the standard that we do make for the club. See, I belong to a singing group beside the singing group there.
Which one?
I belong to the singing group there. You seen that? Now I belong to the Schiller Liedertafel. There we have this year our 100th anniversary. That long the club exists already. Us a Menacor club. And we do have that made June the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th in Rigid the Inner Herren. What they called it? Hyatt House.
The Hyatt House.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hyatt Regency.
Right.
And in the Bismarck Hotel we have split a little bit.
Uh-huh.
And then in the Ding Temple, Masonic Temple,
Medina, yeah.
Medina Temple.
Yeah.
So we're going to be, that's going to be the
Singer
North American singer course. So all from North America, all the singers coming together, will be about 2,000 singers there.
Yeah, yeah.
That is something too. That should go too back in history. Very few clubs existing 100 years.
Well,
so that's why we're making sausage too for them, and we have some entertainment there. Practically, I should call myself the sausage maker.
Yeah, for the clubs, huh?
No, and for myself we make it often, but I mean for the clubs. But I make it only for the clubs where I belong to. I do not like some with the take me as granted.
Right. Are you home right now?
Yeah, I'm home. Gonna be home all evening.
Do you mind if I stop by?
Not at all.
I don't have a lot of time, but I think I can stop by, and it'd be nice to look at what you have there.
Not at all.
All right, I'll probably be over in about 15 minutes to half an hour.
All right.
I hope I'm not disturbing you at dinner.
No, not really. We just straightened out from last night's business. Otherwise, we only came home this morning at 4 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. You've worked late. Well, I'll stop by. I think I can take out about a half an hour or so to come over there.
All right.
I'll see you then.
We'll see you then.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Yesterday I had to be there and buy the drinks, cool the drinks, well I was the chairman, eh?
So you're chairman of the food, huh?
Yeah, no, of the whole thing I was the chairman.
The whole operation.
So then I had to be there first again for the bring the sausage there, so that the women could peel the potatoes and finish the sauerkraut, put everything ready, that's at 7 o'clock.
Who made the sauerkraut?
That was Mary Copus. And now that I wanted to explain too to you. Now, whatever you have the bones from that meat, you cut it off, the meat. And there's always meat left on the bones.
From the butt, huh?
Yeah, or ham or shank or whatever you use. Ne? But butt is the nicest, shortest, softest meat. Then the bones, you throw in the pot with the sauerkraut, and the sauerkraut is good too.
Hi, how are you?
You see you heard too, early in the day.
Yeah, I saw you last night.
You watched the sausage.
Did I talk to you on the phone?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
very
she's
sorry.
there.
We have 3
Now here,
bands
I'm
last
going to
night.
show you something. This club, you've probably seen clubs like that by Schwarz.
I don't.
This one is 300 years old.
Yeah.
I brought it from Romania.
That is, but
4 years ago when we were down there.
That's it.
Here they still
With ceramic front.
nailed together. That's ceramic.
In the front. Yeah.
we have 6 still. Heavy it is.
Well, the weights are heavy.
Yeah.
But see here, it's all nailed together.
That's all dusty too. But I'm not a bad house.
We have it only as a
memento
that's
kind of, huh?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, we have to go down here, huh?
Alfie, put my hamburger, my stuff in the oven. Let's take warm.
Yeah, I didn't want to come right at dinner time, but this is the best time for me to come right now.
We bought a son moved yesterday also. Yeah, he bought himself a house.
So you help with that, huh?
Now that is the where you
we
stuff.
put it up.
We put them all up. We set it together that you can see exactly how the thing looks. Put the other
Patty, the motor is on the bench. Come on, don't be nervous. Are you nervous?
No, I want us to forget anything.
No, that's the table. Where do you put the tablecloth? That's
Right
on
back
it,
here.
not on the towel.
Right, like here.
And then I put the whole machine together.
You're going through a lot of trouble. You really don't have to do
I
that.
don't make it dirty. I have to put it together. It would have been together.
We only
but I
left,
wouldn't have
we
time.
washed it right after work. And we had to get rid of all the rest of it.
We had made sausage, then we ate. And then I did we washed it first, and then we ate, and then the people, when they left, I was
It's all part
tired.
of it, huh?
And this thing we put together then again, you still have to.
And this you use to mix the thing, huh?
Yes, yeah.
do that all right. You can do that all right here, huh?
Yeah. Well, it has to be a place where you have no wooden floor. You know, if you drop something.
That's not matter.
Yeah, but it is better. Here you can clean
The table
it.
would be nicer, but that is an old table. I don't have a different one. I'm not going to buy anyway.
And what I wanted to say, to the homemade sausage, you have to drink the homemade wine. Now you can have both in my house. You can have both in my house.
And homemade bread.
And you
Homemade bread, homemade wine, and homemade sausage.
And homemade people.
You make it all yourself, just the way you made it in the
your
old country, huh? So
it's the motor.
So that's the heavy part of it.
Fatty.
Yeah, the water.
You're wrong. Here.
Oh yeah, we don't have home for all the stuff here.
Here we grind it.
It weighs about 100 pounds. But it says a lot of problem since it is all in one piece. All that comes to the top, well, you will see. We explain
You
it
know,
later.
it's too bad I didn't know this before. Then I would have
Well,
you were
what's
making
movie
it.
making?
Were you
your
here in
sausage?
Chicago Friday night?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That would be nice. We were
We had
with the
all
white
the
aprons
sausage
here,
hanging
no?
here.
The sausage we had hanging
We
here.
were
No
dancing
sticks.
and drinking and all.
Oh, you really make a party out of sausage.
No,
Oh, yeah.
that about see, my husband was the chairman of the committee.
Yes,
But then we have to have from the committee somebody come and help. Because we buy everything. We are a non-profit organization, you know, and we don't make it to make money, but just to cover the expenses. Like for the hall, the music, then the food, the drinks you buy,
you want
and
to
all
cover
that.
the cost.
That we are a sick benefit. I think that Mrs. Schwartz told you that, right? And that's how we keep that together. Then the old people don't do it anymore, making the sausage. But that is mostly in the winter time that we have the fresh sausage. And not so in the summer.
You can have it in the freezer too, but it will not. If you
It
have
doesn't
a
taste as
couple of
good.
weeks in the freezer, it isn't
You
good
can
anymore.
taste it now. We made some. That's a different one.
Like
For
we made it
ourselves,
for
I make
ourselves.
it different than for the club.
Now you can taste the difference, maybe.
I like the sausage
Yeah.
yesterday.
No, but I say
It
for the
was
club
good.
we made it for the average person.
See, we decided, they decided, the club decided, the committee decided that they only do 60 pounds. And my husband went and bought 100 pounds.
He's
And I
great
was
with me.
mad. Because I said, when the committee says so much, you're not going to buy more because it's our money we have to put into it. And if it doesn't sell or something, then we have problems. And then I took 10 pounds out for my aunt, my husband's aunt, and put it in the freezer. But from that I couldn't get anything off, so I had to take some from what we made for ourselves.
So it's a little bit different flavor.
The only difference what it is for the Saxon we grind it with that.
With the big holes.
With that hole.
You make it
The way you ate it.
Yeah.
that's
larger.
Larger grinding.
And you like it a finer grind.
And I have a finer grinding.
Finer,
So if you
sausage.
taste the different now upstairs, you tasted one last night, and that is only from the grinding. The seasoning and all is the same. Where's the?
What?
Or that is an electric grinder. That is just a butcher grinder, you know. Before they did it with the old one, we have that too, but I don't really know right now where it
where
is.
we have it somewhere in a corner in the garage.
It's better to do it in the electric grinder.
Yeah. Well, it is about the same, it's get done the same way, only that the motor runs, not your hand.
Yeah. You don't have to put all that
Before
in.
you had only a machine like that, a little bit wider on the top, and you had a big handle like, bigger like this on here, right?
Yeah.
And then you had to grind it, and that was
That is the grinder.
That's
I
the
should
grinder.
get my flash. I'm born and raised in Chicago, yes.
You are, but it's not finished, that one yet.
But it was 75% Jewish when we bought it. And then the people, they sold most all of it out. And then the people moved.
And the stoel to the große Schachtel. The stoel to the große Schachtel.
Then
flashing before when it
Yeah, I tried.
a
I
little-
just wanted to see how if it was see if the little light doesn't come on. And what I had forgotten to do was to turn it off. But that just loads it up. It shouldn't. Take it out. Do it out. Run it down. Or you can stand there holding it if you want.
Ja, stel je
Oh,
voor in
right.
front of them Charles there.
So I cover it.
Kannst die Hand in die houden, so wird's gedreht. Ne?
That's what do you put in here?
That comes the medium.
sausage.
Here comes the casing
Oh,
on.
that's the
That's
the
the
machine.
sausage. I turn it so that you can see the whole thing.
Yeah, and
That's where the casing's coming on.
and then they turn
It's
and then
turn.
pushes the meat that the lid fell in that I have to take off by cleaning, you know. And that pushes it down the way he turns there.
As you get turned down and then here
Here comes the sausage
comes the
out.
sausage and there you turn it all around in a circle and then you hang it up.
Did you notice that it flashed? Did it?
Yeah, it did flash. It did flash. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it did flash.
Gotta hit strong enough. Anyway. Okay. Just get it a little closer. This is.
Can you see the nozzle and the button?
No, it's not, it didn't have
No,
flash.
it didn't. I think that might
No, it does not.
be the wrong connection here. But nah. I can hear it loading out. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the battery's low. Well, we can try it anyway. What I'll do is I'll just open up a little farther. Another thing I could do is to slow it down a bit and see if I can't use the light. There's plenty of light. And then
You can
forget
put a bigger
about
bulb in.
No, that's fine. This is a real fast film.
See.
I might have to get a new battery connector.
Is your professional photographer?
I don't have my professional photographer here, you know, and I'm not as good at this.
Oh, but the other guy's a photographer. Huh?
Yeah, we have a professional. This works okay. Let's see here. Yeah, that goes. Sure. Now we got it. Got plenty of light. That is it. That should do it.
Yeah.
Just a couple pictures.
The grinder you did take, right?
No, I didn't
No?
take that.
Well, I can put that over if it is in the way there.
But if it's too dark.
If it's too dark, we can put the grinder on the table
Over
too.
there, but it's
We
hard.
don't use it anyway.
Well, that's all right. Leave it there.
Is it light enough?
Yeah. Take another one, please. Okay. So that's your process here, huh?
Yeah,
Yes.
but not, that's about what we do
That's what we
to
do.
please the old people,
Mhm.
but don't do it anymore for themselves. See, they come to our, die kommen zu unserem Stiftungsfest.
Ja.
Jetzt muss ich, nein,
Ja,
ich muss auch
sagen
sagen, ja.
Gut, sprechen
Und
wir.
da sie das genießen dann.
Mhm.
Sie sehen die Jugend, sie sehen die
Come
Singer.
the old
Und
days come
da
back to
freuen sie
memories.
sich schon und da wollen sie immer kaufen und es will niemand die Arbeit machen.
So, otherwise you wouldn't make it.
No,
No.
well,
We
Not
make it for
yourselves.
ourselves, right?
Okay,
Not for
okay.
business.
And that's the way it's always been in your family. You always
Well,
made it for yourself.
for business, I
But
mean,
the funny part is, he is from
we are
Transylvania,
from two different
and
parts of
I'm
the world.
from the middle part of Romania.
Mhm,
Von der
So-
Dämmersburger Gegend, das ist where die Ebene, die Hochebene war.
We found the same taste in the sausage.
That's how you see. You're not German background?
Oh yes,
Yeah.
he's German background,
Yeah, yeah.
but
Not
as
as
he-
long as the Transylvanian Saxon. We were only about 400 years there.
What is the name?
she's Schwäbisch.
You're Swedish. Oh, you're
Donau.
Swedish.
Donau.
Okay.
And, see, that's why I
Okay.
say, but for the same country we are, not from Romania, but
You're Donau. Yeah, I run into a lot of those.
by 250,
I already interviewed people from there too.
250 miles apart.
But I was only 15 years old when they left, but we were a family of 6 kids.
What's your first name?
Anna.
Anna. Okay.
And I have a family of 6 kids, and my mother, we brought my mother, what I want to say, what we didn't have so easy life. I was the oldest girl, and I always had the help. My mother had no other boys, just boys and all the water to do.
But you had a farm too, and
Yeah, we
you
had a farm, and we did the same thing in the winter. See, we did not go and buy everything in the store every day or every week.
I know.
Only once a month or something, maybe or twice a year, or when we used yeast. For yeast and for calcium for the lights. That's what we went shopping for. The sugar we bought mostly in big quantities, the salt and pepper and everything we needed.
So the only flavoring that goes into the, I don't want to change the subject, but you mentioned it.
It's garlic, salt, and
garlic, salt, and pepper. And the garlic you take by cooking it in?
No,
you don't cook it.
I blend it. I blend it with, I peel it and I blend it in water. And then I let the water stand overnight.
Oh, overnight.
And you know, like so and so many cloves, I put, I know, you know, the whole, that's in so and so many pounds about, you know. And then I blend it up and put it in jars and let it stand. And then the next day we used to take only the water.
When you blend it, that chops it fine.
Really? Real fine, but I still strain it through a strainer, you know.
Then you strain it out so you just have the water left.
Just the flavor, yeah. So if you do the strainer.
Yeah, here is also what we did, Charlie. That is, that you don't get your finger.
That is okay, but it's the
See,
kind
you
is
throw the
important.
meat in here, and so that goes first, and you push down with that. So this you don't have to use your hand as well. The machine goes electric much faster than by hand. To get your fingers to
And
it.
that is the only thing that goes in.
So, and that water and then the salt and the pepper is all that goes in there. You don't put any other kind of spices at all?
No, that comes and then hot and then it gets warmed up.
By hand.
Mix it by hand. In these big tin tubs.
Yeah, that has to be worked till you see that it is that it goes through the machine.
And usually that.
If it is not, don't make the men have hair that stays on there. That doesn't come up so easy.
It comes off.
But it's not that the way the meat is cold. It was in the old country. When it comes off from the hands, they said it was good. But here it's too cold because it comes from the cool meat. And then you add some more water if you have to, even if it's just cold water you add to it. But you have to know how thick the dough has to be.
The consistency has to be right, huh? And then that gets put, then what do? You put that as it is.
When it is all mixed,
raw meat
it comes in here.
Goes into the
machine.
Into the
but
sausage.
see, there is another thing, the casings. They are old. You know, they are dry and real salt.
And you have to soak them.
When I do it for myself or for the club, that's why I want to do it here, because when we all get together and the men's doing it, then it goes right away under the sink and here, and I don't like this flavor. I soak them and I wash the salt off, let it stand for a couple of hours, and then I wash them good and let the water go again, use a couple of waters, and then I take them inside out.
How long do you soak it?
A couple of hours. And see, they are hard, like they loosen up. And then I turn them inside, wash them, and turn them from outside. Then I turn them inside out, let all the water disappear, and then I take lemon juice, a little lemon juice and water, and put the intestines overnight in the refrigerator. Also,
in lemon juice.
In lemon, not pure, water and water.
It takes the casing smell away. Even if they were frozen. As soon as they tow, when you have to tow with washing,
you can smell it.
You'll have the casing over.
That is
and in those old
countries. But I don't want to, that's why they say they have now the best sausage they ever have, because I always do
further education. To date, the SNPJ has helped over 400 of its young members, and they are certainly appreciative of their assistance that is given, and of course, we are indebted to you people for supporting the scholarship fund. I will conclude by introducing to you a gentleman who is a representative of the Saguenay in Slovenia, and that is Mr. Hartman, who will continue with the program.
Prinašam vam prisrčne pozdrave Slovenskega prosvetnega društva Danica iz Šentvidov od Duni prav iskreno pozdravljam. Pozdrave pa vam prinašam tudi od vseh koroških Slovencev, tistih ljudi, katerih pesem boste danes slišali. Prihajamo z najdražjim, kar imamo. Prihajamo s pesmijo, ki prihaja od srca in ki vsebuje vso tisto bolj, ki jo koroški Slovenci čutimo na svoji lastni domači zemlji. 1400 let že živimo kot avtohtono slovensko prebivalstvo na naši domači zemlji in se moramo tudi danes še boriti za svoje pravice. Za pravice, ki jih vi čutite, saj ljubite to svojo domovino že več desetletja, odkar ste odšli iz domovine in ljubite jezik, ki ste ga ohranili tudi tukaj v tujem svetu. Prav zaradi tega boste razumeli našo borbo koroških Slovencev, ki se morajo boriti za to, da ohranijo svoj jezik, da ohranijo svojo pesem na svoji domači podedovani zemlji, ki so jo podedovali od svojih očetov in od svojih pater in ki jo hočejo ohraniti tudi svojim potomcem bodočim rodovodom. To je namen našega prihoda med vas, da vam prinesemo košček te prelepe koroške domovine, da vam prinesemo našo pesem in da vas hkrati prosimo, da nas tukaj v tem svetu podprete v naši borbi, ker jo brez doma razumete in da se vam zahvalimo za dosedanjo nudeno pomoč. To naj bo naše skromno darilo vam, ta naša prelepa koroška pesem.
Žal, v 3 koroških dolinah pod zasneženimi karavankami. Temna jezera med gozdovi so obrobljena s cvetjem. Stara slovenska pesem, ki je tot doma že 5.000 let, se kar sama oglaša pod nebo. Slovenski koroški pevci iz Šentvida v Podjuni so ji zdaj v službi. Najprej bodo zapeli, nato bodo tudi zamuzicirali. Sprva bo pesem bolj žalostna, potem bo spet bolj vesela. Žalostna bo zato, ker so pevci doma iz takšnih krajev, da je star mož v podjunski vasi na svojo hišo napisal verze. Ta hiša je moja in vendar moja ni. Pa so mu jih potem čez noč z blatom zamazali samo zato, ker so bili slovenski. Slovenci tam pač živijo pod takšno oblastjo, ki jih ne mara, na avstrijskem Koroškem. No, potem pa bo pesem hitro spet vesela, ker se Slovenci vse eno ne dajo. Slovenci so in Slovenci ostanejo tam v 3 koroških dolinah. V Rožu, Podjuni in Zilji, ki so prav zdaj, ko je pomlad, najlepše in je tudi njihova pesem najlepša. Zdaj pa poslušajte 2 slovenski narodni. Jaz sem en kmetovski ovčar in kukovico.
Stai tu, mea Maria,
nemške ošabnosti, ki bi je že zdavnaj več ne smelo biti na svetu. Oni Slovenci pa po svoje, tako kakor pojejo v rožu, ljubezen je biva, ljubezen še bo, delih mene in tebe več na svetu ne bo. Samo branijo tisto, kar je njihovo že 1000 in več let, svoj jezik, svoje brezštevilne stare in nove pesmi. Če kje velja, da so 3 Slovenci brž oktet, je to še zmeraj na Koroškem. Povsod žubori pesem v pevskih zborih, v družbah, veselih in žalostnih, v gostilnah in cerkvah, in ko se ga pravi pristni nemški fajerverkari ali ognjegasci nažgejo, da ne vejo več za sebe, jo tudi po slovensko urežejo. Takrat se najčisteje pokaže, slovenska pesem je legitimacija avstrijske Koroške. Na tihem jo zna tudi tisti, ki na glas najbolj pije čez Slovence. In kaj vi je ne, te lepe, prijazne, nikoli sovražne, zmeraj ljubeznive koroške slovenske pesmi. Poslušajte, Dečva, to mi povej in Pomlad. Pred 130 leti je znameniti Korošec Matija Majer iz Zilske doline slišal med ljudstvom in zapisal tole zgodbo. Neki mlad Slovenec je pol leta na nemškem bil in se je toliko naučil nemščine, kolikor se človek v pol leta naučiti more, ako prej celo nič ne zna razen slovenščine. Tisti, ki so dobro nemško znali, so trdili, da se mu je nemščina še močno zapletala v ustih in da je samo nekako klavrno po nemško čvekljal. Mladi, ošarni Šterkovec pa noče biti več Slovenec, noče več govoriti v svojem materinskem jeziku. Delal se je, da ne zna več slovensko, ker je že vse pozabil. Za vsako reč je kar naprej spraševal, vihajstvo s tega pojdiš, kako se imenuje to po slovensko. Enkrat so ležale grablje pred njim na tleh v znak, da so moleli zobje kvišku. On stopuje rahlo na zobe, da je grablišče na kvišku migalo bolj ali manj, kakor je na zobe stopil močneji ali slabeji. Tako se igraje, pa zopet povprašuje, vihajstvo ti. V tem stopi nekako premočno na zobe in grablišče mahne s tako močjo na kvišku njemu čez usta, da se mu pri tej priči kri curkoma iz nosa privije. Te preklete grablje. Rekel zdaj prav gladko po slovensko. Zdaj je naenkrat prav dobro vedel, vihajstvo. Tako pred 130 leti, pa danes nič boljše in nič slabše. Ampak zoper puhlo tujo gosposkost ustraja kar naprej prava, resnična gosposkost slovenske pesmi. Poslušajte trinarodne, pobeč sem star 18 let, ko v hribe k svoji dečvi gre in mi smo mi.
Za Thank you.
Komu se ne bi od žalosti trgalo srce, ko se poslavlja od njih, kakor tistemu fantu, ki je za 7 let odrežal soldate, solze pa so mu v studencih tekle od žalosti. Kako se zdaj na tem svetu godi? Sem zrastel med vami, vas težko pusti. Še vode, a na drugo ne zapusto, se vse vkupe v to morje stečo. Od očeta in matere vzamem slovo, zdaj se bo mene godivo hudu. V tej rožnej dolini sem zrastel gore, se bom zmerom spominjal do nje. Ptice pod nebom vasevo pojo, rože na polji prežvahno cvato, hribi, doline žalostno stojo, v studencih solzice tečo. Ali kakor poje pesem, ki je vsakoroška, slovenska, Mavče zizaro. koliko jim dovolite, da se vdahnem, čez kakih 10 minut bomo nadaljevali s programom. Hvala lepa.
John and
Thanks.
Betty Bear, I don't know if you know her, were my advisors throughout the whole thing. But John was one of the main reasons why I majored in social work.
And now you've left Elkins behind,
Yes.
I guess. How long have you been here in Chicago?
2.5 years.
Well, let's see, to turn to today's mission, now that I got the machine running. Does it make any sense to you to think of Appalachians as a group in Chicago?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, it really does. I mean, sometimes to me, what little I know about it makes me think of them as just a disparate sort of population, kind of spread out, you know, here and there throughout the town. I mean, is there some
there's
unity?
a definite neighborhood. I mean, there are a lot of Appalachian people living all over, but Chicago in general is really strictly split up into different ethnic neighborhoods, which sometimes change from one to another or are mixed, but the boundaries are pretty rigid, at least for the time being.
Well, give me a geography lesson. I mean, you know,
well, there's so many I can't really say. I mean,
it's a dozen different neighborhoods, each of which is Appalachian.
Oh no.
I didn't mean a geography lesson for the whole city.
Okay.
I mean,
well, this is when you say the main neighborhood, and then there's another neighborhood a ways northwest of here, which is a growing Appalachian neighborhood too.
So let's start with this one. This is Uptown. We're speaking of Uptown. I mean, can you bounder it off with streets, kind of?
Yeah, from probably Irving Park up to Foster, and maybe a little beyond, and between Clark Street, which is that way, and the lake.
So that's the boundaries of Uptown, of all of Uptown. I would say that the boundaries for the Appalachian community, well,
but there are people living all down Kenmore, all the
is.
way to Irving Park. But the center of it is right around Wilson and Broadway.
Wilson and Broadway.
Or between Montrose and Lawrence.
But when I drive along here and see all those stores that obviously cater to a Hispanic population,
well, there are a lot of
it must be
Latino
a mix.
people around here too.
Right. Well,
but that area goes more down this way, on this side of Broadway and Sheridan
is that
Road.
south or
southeast, whereas
this can't see where you're going.
Well, but I'm trying to visualize it too.
Southeast, and then maybe going down straight south would be an Appalachian neighborhood, and then it blossoms out north of Montrose, and then it narrows up again north of Lawrence and goes up northeast.
Yeah, I ought to go get that little map maybe, or maybe I'll do that later. We've got some street maps, maybe you can point it out. So anyway, there's a concentration in Uptown, and where was the second concentration that you were
Albany Park.
Is that a suburb outside
No.
the city?
No,
it's a neighborhood within the city.
Yeah.
As buildings are being torn down, as like where the new community college moved in, that whole area was like the heart of the Appalachian community. And as all those buildings are torn down, most of the people are moving to Albany Park, which is just northwest of here. There's also a fairly large Appalachian population in Cicero, which is a southern, I guess it's a suburb.
That's right. It's straight west, I think. And, well, people live in all the suburbs around the city. There are a lot of people living in Crystal Lake, which is a little town, I don't know, 50 miles north of here. So a lot of people, when they make enough money to get out of uptown, move out of the city altogether. And they're still in the area for the industry.
Now I have a sense with, well, one of the people I work with is a Lithuanian woman from here, and I see that they have 3, 4, a dozen, 2 dozen, whatever, sort of societies and associations, you know, within that Lithuanian community, and you go over there and there's grocery stores and there's bars. I mean, it's a, you know, you're sort of overwhelmed. Well, the posters on the wall are all in Lithuanian and so on. I mean, is there a parallel kind of sense of unity or self-identity, do you think, with people?
I think there is, but it's not expressed in organizations. I think it's really definitely an Appalachian neighborhood and everybody knows it and feels it, but there aren't a lot of organizations.
Well,
it's not that.
It's more that Appalachian people are organized in family type situations rather than participating in an organized way.
How big of a family? I mean, do you mean an extended kind of, or just mother and father and children?
Extended. Brothers-in-law and uncles and
or also
cousins.
through the way of knowing people from the same town that you moved from, and they'll move into one building. You'll have whole groups of buildings that are from the same general area, say in Kentucky or West Virginia or wherever.
Well, I wonder, you know, thinking of West Virginia when we were there, it seemed to me that people had a real loyalty sort of that was local, you know, county-wide or something. I wonder, though, maybe if they get to the city, there are state loyalties, you know, where people feel, well, I'm from West Virginia, but she's from Kentucky. Or do you sense anything? I don't mean to stress the competitive nature of it. What I'm interested in is what flag they rally around. You know, what would it say on the flag? I mean, I doubt if it ever says Appalachia, does it? Wouldn't it more likely say Kentucky or Breathitt County or?
It still stays pretty much counties. I mean, you'll have a lot of people from Logan County or, you know, in West Virginia or Pike County in Kentucky.
Well, I mean, I guess you see what I'm sort of trying to understand is a question of self-identity. I mean, do these folks think of themselves as a group or as several groups, what sort of a group is it?
I think they think of themselves as a group.
Well,
even despite the kind
I kind of disagree, though.
Really?
I don't think that people really thought about the fact that they were Appalachian until they moved here and then suddenly are referred to as being Appalachian or referred to as being from a specific group. I never stopped to think when I lived in West Virginia, although I had a feeling of, or I was aware that people from outside of West Virginia kind of made fun of you for being from West Virginia, or didn't think of you as being as educated, or I don't know. I keep thinking about a teacher that used to give us lectures on all the young people move out of West Virginia, stay here and fight for West Virginia, you know. Because the reason why we have such a bad reputation, the reason why we can't, you know, we don't have great educators from the state or doctors or this or that is because when everybody gets of age to move out, they move out. So there was that kind of awareness, but there still wasn't an awareness that there is a definite culture there. that people are aware of here. Other people yet can't really define it, can't really define what's different. And so there's a lot of subtle things that are misunderstandings. I mean, like I say things or do things that I think are very natural to do, and yet somebody from Chicago would look at it and kind of, you know, look at you funny or something, and you don't understand that it isn't common to do that. Or
Can you, is there a particular incident? I mean, when you say something like that, I wonder if you remember the time when such and such happened.
when I say sack for a bag,
At
people
the
up here
store.
say bag. Well, I'll say it, and even Holly will say, you know, that it isn't a sack, it's a bag.
That's
And
what I'd say too if you were down in
Well, Maggie Hammonds used to call it a poke still. That's
Right.
even more distant.
Right.
Any other things other than language that seemed to, that you suddenly found yourself getting stared at?
I remember Jimmy Lee telling me that he's from northern Alabama, telling me that when he moved up here, him and his family used to sit on the front porch all the time, and no one else would, and everyone would stare at them and make fun of them and really disapprove of them sitting on the front porch. And he also said that people could tell by the way you walked if you were a Southerner, you know, a man, and that the police would see people walking along and jump out and beat them up just because of the way they walked. They could tell.
Now, who is this man?
This is a guy who's he came up here from northern Alabama when he was, I think, 14, and learned welding, and he's a master welder, and he's also a racing car builder and mechanic. And he used to be a part-time mechanic at adult education garage facility that I used to work out of, and that's how I know him.
Well, now he sounds like kind of an articulate, thoughtful man if he talks about some of those things.
Yeah.
Does he strike you that way?
Yeah.
I wonder whether I'd like, as we go on, you know, if we think of some people that you'd feel comfortable about, you know, imagining us stopping by for a little visit. Why, we'd love to get acquainted with some of these folks, you know, and especially ones who, you know, again, sort of come to grips with things as art, and it may be that this man, especially if he's sort of thoughtful
I think
about
racing
what he
cars
does.
are his art. Really,
Oh, yeah.
that's his life, is racing those
Well, that
cars.
seems perfectly reasonable to me. I wouldn't argue with that for a minute.
But about him specifically, I don't know how to get in touch with him right now. I might be able to find out. Because he doesn't live in Uptown, he lives all over. He has a family in Michigan City, Indiana. Sometimes he lives here and sometimes he lives there.
Well, I wonder if you think of it or have some way of trying to get in touch with him. I'd sure like to. Now, while we're thinking about it, have you run into some other people, you know, whose interest in automobiles or vehicles or something seems to, you know, partake of a kind of a special passion or whatever like that?
Not anyone that I know personally that has told me that this is true, but I know that when the garage has been closed for a few months now, but when it was open it used to be full of Southern people, and this a very common activity around here in the summertime is just to see people working on their cars. I mean, everybody, of course not everybody, but it's a very favorite thing to do.
Well, it's interesting. It seems to me to sort of cross cultural boundaries to some degree, you know, but there's, you know, thanks to writers like Tom Wolfe, you know, a sense of, well, in everyone, the media, you know, of stock car racing, for example, as being a particular Southern phenomenon.
Well, yeah, that's what he does.
And so it would seem real appropriate to me to run into somebody that was kind of into that up here. I mean,
yeah, well, he certainly is. He even built a little racing car for his 2-year-old son and fixed it up with a motor that would only go 5 miles per hour.
That's pretty
stuff
fast
like
for a
that.
2-year-old. Hell on wheels.
Well, please see what you can do to figure out where Mr. Lee is. I'd be tickled to get around and meet him, and if you think of somebody else that's kind of into that, that would be just the sort of thing that would please me quite a bit to get acquainted with. Well, let's see. So that's a tangent from this question, kind of. Well, it was partly a question of identity. You know, I mean, what marks a person? He talked about telling by the way people walk.
Mm-hmm. Well, the biggest identity is by the way people talk. I've done some workshops with teachers, but what I'm thinking of is an incident where I did a workshop with representatives from all the North Side libraries, and a woman came up to me afterwards and said, "You know, I've heard that there's Appalachian people that live in Lakeview, but I've never seen any." And I said, "What does one look like?" And she goes, "Well, you know, you can tell by the way they talk." And I said, "If I walked in and asked for a book, would you know that I was Southern?" And she said, "Well, you're not." I said, "Well, yeah, I am." But you'll hear stories from a lot of people as their accent goes away, they'll be treated differently than when they talk or when they had a strong accent. Or teachers, I usually in doing workshops take along an older man just to give the give the teachers a different view, in a sense, because he came up in the more traditional way.
Well, now tell me about him.
He
what's his name?
Lloyd Ratliff.
Lloyd Ratliff. And where is he from?
Kentucky.
Pike County, right?
Yeah.
Pike County.
Yeah. And he has there's another man, he's a musician, bluegrass musician. There's another man who's a bluegrass musician whose name is also Ratliff, who's also from Pike County, and they had known each other 20 years ago or something, and they came together, they met again because they were both playing at a thing that we had.
Festival we had.
So you take him to school with you when you go to schools?
Yeah. Basically, because he migrated here in a more traditional way, because he's older and teachers view him as more of an authority than me. I've walked in.
He tells about ways of life and so on.
Right. Well, he also talks. He used to be a coal miner, and almost got killed in the mines, and he couldn't go back in them just because he was too nervous. He's always afraid he'd get killed, so had to come to Chicago to look for work.
We ought to tell him to watch that show before we forget it.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Channel 5, Sunday at 10 o'clock. There's going to be
AM or PM?
AM. There's going to be a show about Holly painted a mural on coal mining, and it's showing the coal mine and interviewing Holly and a miner that she got a lot of information on to put, to visually put in the mural. And what it is, it's a program called Small World, that they've been doing programs on different groups that live in Chicago. And so as a program on Appalachian people, they're doing this one where they're showing, we have a clogging group, and they show the clogging and show the mural and interview Holly and Mr. Klein and Rick, who teaches banjo here, plays some banjo, and they talk about bluegrass banjo.
Now, does Mr. Ratliff play bluegrass style or more of an old-time style on the banjo?
He plays guitar.
Plays guitar.
Country bluegrass.
Yeah. But their repertoire is sort of all time.
Hmm.
We know a lot of musicians, bluegrass and otherwise musicians.
Are there, and they're mostly migrants, people that have come from the
Yeah.
south?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd like to, have a chance to visit one or two of them. Are there some that seem particularly, what I'd like to do would be, I guess, find ones either that are particularly good musicians, who would not mind visitors, and hopefully one and the same or different people who tend to be sort of thoughtful or talk a little bit about what the music.
Lloyd's very thoughtful and articulate.
Well, Lloyd sounds like a good bet. I mean, especially if he works out well as someone to sensitize school teachers and so on.
He's really excellent because.
How old is he now?
40.
Is he employed?
Yeah. He works in an electric factory where they make electrical stuff. I don't know exactly what.
Lots and lots of people are employed. I mean, there's an image of everyone in this neighborhood being on welfare, and that's just not true at all.
That was the image of musicians, actually, that was on my mind, but
well,
that's all right.
But people come up here and train for a trade and really make successes of themselves and live in the suburbs and still keep their southern identity, too. Very strong.
But he's a very good example to take to schools because he's still very southern in his ways, in a sense. Yet he's very articulate, and most of the teachers have the attitude of, he'll talk about, they'll say, "Do you like it here?" And he'll say no, and they'll say why, and then it's kind of the attitude, "Well, why don't you go back?" And by the time he finishes giving them an explanation as to why they don't go back, they all kind of sit back and say, very quietly, "Thank you." And it's really good to see them, sit back and start to think and listen.
No, that's excellent. That idea is an excellent way, it seems to me, to sensitize folks. And these, I presume, are teachers, some of whose young students are from that background, right, and particularly need to be a little more thoughtful themselves about it. So he plays guitar and sings.
Mm-hmm.
Are there, have you run into perhaps any older or more old-time seeming, say, fiddle players?
We don't know any fiddle players except Little Fiddlin' Susie, who's, I think she's 15 now, but we don't know exactly how to get in touch with her. I don't know how good she is.
She's a kid musician,
right?
Whose father had decided that she would be the next Tanya Tucker or whoever.
Yeah.
Well,
she plays
that's
around
a pattern
though.
that Tanya Tucker herself fits, I think, of having parents, who are,
yeah,
or at least did
her
that
picture is up in the Postilion Lounge, so she must be playing around someplace. Maybe they might know how to get in touch with her.
But you haven't run into, for like this festival you were talking about, fiddle players haven't turned up. Banjo players, more like, I'll bet, younger bluegrass banjo players.
There are a lot of people in Chicago who are just native Chicagoans or from other places play bluegrass and old-time music.
Right.
And those, I know a lot of those people, and then I know a few older musicians and some young musicians from Appalachia too, but most of them tend to play bluegrass because that's sort of naturally what they would play. And I mean, the old time is kind of.
Well, do some of those seem particularly interesting? I mean, I'm still kind of fishing around for folks that
to talk to.
It would be, sensible and appropriate for us to visit a little bit to see.
You mean
what's
as
on
artists
their minds.
or?
Why, if music ain't art, I don't know.
No, I mean as artists or as people to interview about coming up here.
Oh gosh, I don't know what the difference would be. It's all part of the same thing, I figure. But I'd like to meet some people, you know,
There's
who
an old
among
guy,
all of their interests is an artistic,
yeah.
you know, talent of some kind.
There's an old guy who's, I think, quite a good mandolin player, but he has a drinking problem sometimes. Don't, you know.
Off the record.
But he, when he's, you know,
Tennessee
sober,
Swing?
yeah, right, he plays real well, and he happens to be playing at a place called Hank's Tap this weekend, Friday
What's
and
his
Saturday
name?
night.
Tennessee Slim.
Tennessee Slim.
Hank's Tap. And
Yeah,
where will
and
we
that's
find
on
that?
North Avenue in Tallman.
So if we went over at night, we might run into
Right, right. In fact, I might be going over there tonight.
Where's Tallman?
Tallman.
North and Tallman.
North and Tallman, right.
North Avenue and Tallman.
Oh, North and Tallman.
But I couldn't vouch for what kind of condition he might be in, you know.
Well,
it might
it'd
depend on.
be worth maybe sticking our heads in and seeing,
Sure,
seeing what he's up to, and then trying to run him down another time. to
He's
talk.
very friendly too. Of course, most of these people are.
And do you know what his real name is?
Luther Swanner.
Swanner?
Yeah.
Nobody would know him by that name, though, if you asked for
Tennessee. Well, how about a younger musician too, maybe, that's, I mean, if you have the sense of some of them sort of being in a current tradition, as it were, from the region or with a background from the Appalachian region.
Yeah, well, there's Rick, but he's been up here all his life, right? But that's true.
I think a lot
well,
well, that's true of a lot of the kids that their parents moved up here, but
Well, it might be worth sort of a next generation thing. I mean, because that's evidently what's happening, right?
Yeah. There's also, I don't know where he's from. There's a guy who we met at the dedication who knows a lot of musicians, and he plays fiddle, I guess, and has started getting square dances together in people's homes, and then we met, and so we're going to try to get some more public, larger square dances together. But he evidently knows quite a few musicians, and he was saying, we don't play bluegrass, and we play traditional,
And what's this fellow's name?
Fred Field.
Oh, I know a fiddler, A.P. Crowley or A.P. Crowder or something like that, who's an old guy, and they play, it's bluegrass style, but they play old-time tunes. I might be able to, I know somebody that knows him, I might be able to get in touch with him. I've never actually met him. I mean, I met him a little in a bar, but not.
Well, no, the Field guy. Does he play? I missed part of that.
He plays fiddle.
And he also organizes square dances.
Yeah, and he knows a lot of other musicians that play fiddle, banjo.
So he might know other southern people.
Yeah.
And you have an address or phone number or something for him?
I can get it for you.
Rick, the man you mentioned a little earlier.
Prince is his last name.
P-R-I-N-C-E.
Now, tell me about you mentioned a clogging group that you all had some hookup with. Is that young people that you have a workshop to teach them, or?
The group itself is, the age is probably 20 to 50. Through the newspaper, a woman contacted the newspaper and said that she used to be in a clogging group and had just come back to Chicago and wanted to know if there was other cloggers around. So they called here saying, did we know of any? And I said no, but that we'd be willing to work with her to get a group together. So that's, what we've done. Is she...
And am I to understand clogging as that sort of fancy for the stage type square dancing, or something else?
It's where you really stamp your feet, and it looks
Do
sort
you,
of
do you
like
dance,
tapping,
do,
and
you-
it's
do they
rough
dance
dancing.
figures? Do you dance figures or just sort of step dance in one place?
You can do both.
Well,
They go through this pretty much a square dance formation.
But not Western style square
No,
dancing.
more
Barn dancing
jigs,
style.
circle,
what kind of music?
bluegrass,
The
or
anything.
instrumental music.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's fast.
Well, when I hear that word, I alternatively think of individuals or maybe couples standing in one place and doing kind of a back step or whatever you call it, or I alternatively think of the sorts of prepared routines that some of these groups say do on the Grand Ole Opry stage, and they're frequently called cloggers, where they have 3 or 4 couples like a square dance set, and they dance figures at the same time, you know, with particular attention to tap. You know, they use taps and they get a lot of rhythm out of it, and they like to wear matching outfits sometimes with petticoats and so on, you know, to do the whole.
It's both though, because you'll go in, you'll have like 4 couples, and you'll do a whole routine, but then it's traditional to
just get up
have
by
people
yourself.
get up and maybe the other dancers would stand back and somebody get up and do a special thing by themselves, or you would have people standing around at the side dancing by themselves.
And you get live music for this, or play records?
They generally.
The most peculiarity of speech, because I was born down in James City County, just outside of Williamsburg, and my family had been living there for a number of generations, but I was the only issue of my papa's third marriage. My papa was born in 1850, and his mama died in childbirth, so he was reared by his grandmama, an old lady who was born right in that area, about 1790. And his speech would have been strange in this day and time in any event, because the past tense of to eat was pronounced et, which is perfectly good old English pronunciation, still is, as a matter of fact. And his table manners used to embarrass me terribly as a child when there was company present, because he was reared to use the knife and fork, but the knife was the principal instrument, table instrument for eating, and he handled it elegantly, yes, but it was embarrassing to me as a little boy, knowing that everybody else would use a fork to eat peas with or something, and he'd grow a little irritated with me after the company would depart. I'd say something, "Oh, Papa, can't you use the fork properly?" "Son, I was reared, I was fetched up to keep the knife in his hand," and he had other hangovers, really, from the 18th century, virtually. And so I'm a bit of an oddity in that respect, that great time span there. And, of course, I grew up with a lot of colored people who lived with us on the place. And while I never said helped, I knew what they were talking about when they'd asked me to help them do something. And I can't remember all the other lovely old pronunciations I now realize stem from way back and were in good usage, say, in the 18th century. But they were vanishing in my childhood, even elsewhere, but simply because my father was such an old gentleman, and he was obviously an old goat, to sire me as late as he did in life. Those things persisted in our household, and that may explain in part. Now, a lot of it was knocked out of me as I went to college and as I did graduate work, and I don't. I've lost a lot of those speech peculiarities, characteristics of. Well, I went to the College of William and Mary, but in my day there were not many Virginians from Tidewater in the classes there. They were state students, and the faculty, they were not native born. There were damn few of them were. And after I was I had an extended tour of duty in the Navy during World War II. That also, you see. But things come back to me, and as I grow older, I cherish those. And being reactionary, I'm going to hold on to them till I die. Now, would you like to take people around here with in contact with the world too much? As I mentioned, we had colored people who lived in the backyard in a house, and hope was the word, was the verb to help. I can't remember all the damn things that...
The following is an interview by Elmer Sparks with Celia Black, former slave of Tyler, Texas. This being October the 11th, 1974. Many years have passed since Mrs. Black first arrived in this world on September the 10th, 1859. Just like to ask you a few questions about your early life and from the time you were born and your schooling, and you go ahead and tell what you might, and we might ask you a few more questions.
I had my birthday. I had a nice time. I enjoyed it. All the nice white people was there, and the president was there, and his wife, and shook hands with me, and just, I don't know, I just enjoyed it. I did. I enjoyed it with so many people there. Oh, and I didn't think it I had the name to be they recognized nothing but the going there. I didn't think I'd really recognize nothing going there. But I've always have been a woman to care myself, and in a way it's white and colored both and care for me. Whenever my color of white called for me to do anything and have anything to do with them, I was always very ready, clean, kept myself clean, and I always tried to treat them nice, and I was good to them, I was good to the children, and I just couldn't be no better to them than I was. And I didn't care when they called for me to do anything. I was like that, ready to do it. I'm going to try to do what I could if I know. So that's the way I carry myself. And I'm so proud to know that I've been recognized enough to care for me. Oh, and in Texas, and in the United States, I'm so proud to know that I'm cared for in the United States. Oh, Oh, there's no fool now, colored woman down and can't help myself. If I was up where I could help, I'd always be ready. I'd be ready. I'd be ready to help. Oh, God, it's who I put white I covered. I'd be ready to help. So I'm down there and can't. But I got a good desire. I got a good mind. Oh, to be content on trying to do what I can by the help of the Lord. If I can't do, I can speak well. I can speak well. Oh, try to help. Oh, as I can speak well, try to help. Oh, in my speech. And I trust my Heavenly Father if I can be honored enough to keep my reputation up as long as the good Lord in heaven let me spare me. As long as He spare me.
Well, you're speaking of your birthday celebration. Do you remember anything about your folks are talking about the back when you were born and that age?
What?
That back at your mother telling about from the time you were born and where you were born at?
Born?
Yes.
I don't understand.
Celia, tell him about when you were a little baby and a little girl.
Oh, when I was a baby, like I couldn't remember nothing. I couldn't remember nothing when I was a baby. No, sir.
You remember your mother talking about it, though, don't you?
It's,
Mama?
No.
You remember when you tell us that date when you was a baby girl, when you used to ride the oxen and things?
Yeah. When my grandfather had some big old oxen. He had one with a big wide horns. Oh, it looked like a house. Wide horns. And I used to sit up there and tween them horns. And then his name was Coley. And the other one was named Lep. Oh, and Grandpa then died in church. He didn't care where he and put us children in that old ox-wagon and cast on the church that's as big as he was in a cage. Oh, and I'd get up there and old Coley, cleaning old Coley's home and sit up there just as big as I was sitting in the house. But the funny stuff is my grandfather went to lumber, wanted to get some lumber and had to go across the river. And then the summertime in June, and the old oxen got hot. They got hot. Oh, and when we know anything, Grandpa knows anything, them old oxen done run off in the river with that wagon. And there I stayed up there, and old Coley's arms, home. Sit up in old Coley's home. Oh, he's wading through the water, and I sat up in there. I stayed in there too. I hear to his home. I didn't fall off in the river. I'm telling you, I had it too. Yes, I did. Oh, my grandpa was just hooping on with the whip, trying to get them out that river. And we was, and the old corner and left was coming through. They come out too, yes they did.
Celia, tell him about when you were born in Miss Clay's bed.
I did. I was born behind a rich white woman. I still was. She wasn't no poor woman. No, she wasn't. Her husband was living then. Oh, she wasn't no poor woman. She brought my mother here from in this country. She brought my mother here in Texas when she was young. My mother was young, she wasn't gone. Oh, she brought her here. Laid up till she did get gone. Oh, with her children. Oh, well, my father, they hired him to some white man was named Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson was a white man, and Papa was a boy, and he did, Mr. Clay got hired to be his yard boy. When Mama, she was a Miss Clay, the house girl as she could up. They just sold. Papa and Mama got together somehow. I don't know how they got together. But anyhow, my papa and Mama, Mrs. Clay had my father be a yard boy. He stayed there till he was a grown young man too with Miss Clay. Right in her yard, her house, her yard, and her horses. Oh.
And you were born in Miss Clay's bed? Were you born in Miss Clay?
I was born right behind Miss Clay. On a Tuesday morning, my mother said on a Tuesday morning, I was born right behind Miss Clay in her bed. My mother always slept with Miss Clay when she was young before she married. And Miss Clay, after she married, Papa, Miss Clay wouldn't grieve him. My papa would take her away from there. No, she wouldn't. She wouldn't grieve her to take her away from there. Oh, and them days, the white people had control over they had a colored help. They wouldn't hardly grieve for you to take them away from them. Then Miss Clay brought my mother to this country. She wouldn't let nobody take her away from there. She raised her there with her children. She raised them there with her boy and girl. She didn't have but one girl. Oh, but she had 5 or 6 boys. She had 5 boys. Miss Clay did. Oh, but Mama was just on this one, and Miss Clay girl. She didn't have but one girl, and she's a little. She was little. She wasn't a big girl. Oh, but she stayed there till she got to be a young missy. Oh, with Mama and her mother. She growed up to be nearby gone. For she, I ever think about trying to get it out amongst the boys.
Mama, you remember Abraham Lincoln?
Oh, man.
You remember Abraham Lincoln? President?
Who?
Abraham Lincoln.
Do I heard my mother talk about him and then my father, but I never did know him. I didn't never know him myself, but I heard them talking about him all the time.
What did they say about President Lincoln?
Oh, well, they gave him a good name. They gave him a good name. Oh, and President Hall. They gave him a pretty good name. They gave him a pretty good name. There's another one I know, but I don't forgot it. Forgot his name. I did. Abraham Lincoln, that's it. Oh, Abraham Lincoln. They thought Abraham was they thought, everybody thought Abraham was the best president there was. They thought he was the best.
Did you do any picking geese or for feather beds and things like that in them days?
Did I have any? I was nothing but a kid. I didn't have sense enough to think like I got now. I didn't have sense to think. Nothing but just to play and with children. I didn't know nothing about none of the president.
You didn't have to pick cotton or nothing?
No, so I didn't. Not until Miss Clay raised me up to be a young missus. That's the only time I know anything about company. And then my papa had this, Miss Clay didn't want him to have a den. Didn't want him to marry her then.
Mama, he said, did you ever pick cotton?
Celia?
Ma'am?
Did you ever pick cotton out in the fields?
Pick cotton? Oh, good gracious alive. Pick cotton, I raised in the field that time. Then Miss Clay got Mama, I raised in the field after I grew up and got away from Miss Clay. I've been doing nothing but working the field. Working the field, oh goodness, the goodness, every year I go, as I grew up and got to be married woman, to work for myself. We go, me and my husband would go out west and pick cotton, go out west every year. We been this year going out there picking cotton.
Well, that was hard work. Didn't you have some entertainment, do any dancing or anything?
You danced, did you, Mama?
When you were young?
Man.
Did you dance?
Dance?
Yeah.
Oh, I used to dance, but I don't do it now. No, I don't dance now. I try my best to serve my master. I'm trying my best to serve my Heavenly Father. Trying my best to serve God. I don't study about no man, no dancing now.
He wants to know, Mama, you danced in your young days.
Oh, in my young days?
Yes.
Oh, I went to balls when I was young. Oh, when I was young, I went to dancing. I didn't tell, I ain't gonna tell nobody. I went to dancing when I was young. Oh.
Celia?
Ma'am?
Do you remember going to town when you were young? Were there any big buildings back then?
Oh.
Big building, Mama.
When you went to town when you were young, were the streets dirt? Did you go to town in a wagon when you were a young girl?
I don't know.
Mom, you know you used to tell us you used to go to town in the wagon.
We used to go in a horse wagon. I thought you was talking about something else. Oh yeah, we used to go in the wagon.
Celia, did you ever see a stagecoach?
Ever see what?
Stagecoach.
A stagecoach. Where the people rode in the stagecoach and the horses pulled them. Did you ever see one?
Yes, I did. You called them in such a funny name that I didn't know what you're talking about.
What did you call them?
I call them horses. Horses. Mules and horses. Mules and horses. That's what my grandpa called them. Mules and horses.
What did Mr. and Miss Clay ride in when they would go somewhere?
But cash, what you call it, cash.
Cash, you know, she knows cash, you know.
Yeah, I know.
She called it cash. It's what Clay and them that lived in a big old thing look like a.
The next excerpt is taken from original
Look
tape
like a
306.
Car. Look like a car.
Did you hear anything about the Indians at that day when you were young and the things that they did? The Indians?
No.
Talking about Indians, Mama, with the Indian people.
Oh, I seen them, but I didn't know them. I seen them, but I didn't know nothing about them. I never did get in no contest with them. I never did.
One team would be against
Oh.
the other team.
Well, the Indians were pretty well gone at that time down here, I think, but not farther north. Well, is there anything else that you think it ought to be put there?
I was going to tell you about that. We played some games.
Well, we thank you anyway,
There was a devil.
and
And the devil
we
would
sure
show
hope you have
what type of, what kind of
many more
pie you
birthdays.
wanted, and that particular pie would run.
And we're from up in the Panhandle, so we'll be thinking of you. So we'll be thinking of you.
God bless you.
And
Oh, it was a lot of fun. I think
Goodbye.
that was one of my favorite games.
Goodbye, I hope to meet you again.
Yeah,
If we don't meet in this world, I hope we'll meet in the other world. Meet in the new world.
My oldest sister, she's 86 years old.
well, our son-in-law used to be,
I
he said,
forgot to tell you about this game. I don't remember about that one. We played hopscotch, and you put a stone in your block, and you jump over all the other blocks. And then if you made it, you know, your stone would go to 2, and then to 3 until you got to 10.
Very good. And did you ever use any rhymes as to who was going to be it?
No. But in elementary school, there was some little silly game. What was it? I can't think of it. But when we were going to church, and we'd have programs, and we'd play Little Miss Muffin, sit on a tuffin, eating her Christmas pie, and along came the spider and sat down beside her and frightened Miss Muffin away. And I used to be Little Miss Muffin, and when the spider came down, I would have to jump up and scream and run away. I didn't remember all the games I used to play. I said, oh my goodness, I didn't play any games, but when I started talking about them, I remember all the games we used to play.
Very good. Marbles, you ever played?
No, I played Cowboys and Indians, but I didn't play marbles. I thought that was a boys' game I usually watched.
Yeah. No girls, I guess you jumped rope too.
Oh, double dutch. I was one of the best rope jumpers in my neighborhood. And in high school, I did a special performance on one occasion where I just jumped rope and showed a lot of different tricks. Oh yes, I was really the. No, it wasn't. It wasn't a game, but every gym class presented something. Could be a dance, or if your class was jumping rope, you jump rope. And I did all of these different things with the rope, a single rope. And everybody just loved it. I remember becoming famous by jumping rope.
I remember, it's great. Okay, how about TV? You say you don't like TV.
Well, it's not that I don't like TV. When I was younger, I never had the opportunity to see what I wanted on television. Therefore, I did other things, and so I never really became that interested in television. Now, I didn't like Cowboys and Indians and the Lone Ranger. I'm dating myself.
Yeah, I see the Lone Ranger.
But I got out of the habit. Now I only look at Peyton Place.
Hey, what's happening on Peyton Place?
Well, the last time I saw it, Rodney's brother-in-law had run over him on the highway and knocked him off this motorcycle. And he was in the hospital to have this operation. And Betty told Stephen at the hospital to please leave her and Rod alone because he was just ruining their lives, just to stay out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, he felt that he should know what was going on. And she felt that he was the one responsible for the fact that Rod might die. And in the previews, the minister finally, what was the girl's name? The girl who was staying with them, he finally released some of his feelings about how he felt about her. I thought all the time he was in love with her, but I was waiting to see. And the wife actually threw them together on purpose because I think she liked somebody else, but they haven't really brought that fact out.
Man, you got is Stephen still married to Betty, or is she married to Rodney?
No, she's married to Rodney. She's been married to Rodney a long time now. And she got a divorce from Stephen. The father, the old man, Peyton, had something to do with that because Betty at the time was up for a murder charge, or she thought she had killed somebody. Remember?
Oh yeah, that girl that went off the cliff.
The cliff. Only she was going to push Betty off, and Betty stepped aside, and she fell over. But there was no way that she could prove that. And Rodney's brother, what's his name?
Norman.
Norman got this money from his wife's father. So now he has a lot of money, and he's going into business. And that's how Stephen got mixed up with Rodney and Betty again, because they were in on this business deal. I love Peyton Place. My roommate hates it, but she lets me watch it. She has a TV and I have a stereo, and we compromise.
That's great. Oh, you go to movies a lot?
Not as much as I like to. The last picture I saw was Guns for San Sebastian, and it was really good. It was about this man. I don't know what he was. He was so many things. Mm-hmm. And he tried to tell the people in this village that he wasn't a minister, but they wouldn't believe it. He had been drinking some wine, and he put the cask in a tree or behind something in the church. And when somebody shot the arrow, the wine spilled, and they thought it was blood and that this was a big miracle, and they made him the priest of this little village. And these people had been run out of the village by the Indians, and they said, oh, well, we can come back now, and this priest will save us. But what the people didn't know was that they had to save themselves because they weren't very brave. And they would let people just run them out, and the men wouldn't even try to fight. And the Indians and this other outlaw group would wait for them to plant. And when food started growing, they'd come in and take it, and then they'd run back to the mountains again. So he came and gave them the courage to fight, keep what they wanted.
Yeah, I saw the previews or something. What's the best movie you've ever seen?
Lullaby of Broadway.
You never heard of it?
Well, I was a child at the time, and it was a musical. I can't even remember what it was about, but it just left me feeling like I wanted to see it again, but it never came back.
Most people say Gone with the Wind, something like that.
No, I enjoyed Lullaby of Broadway. I don't know who starred in it or what it was about.
I never even heard of it.
But it was in color, and it was a beautiful musical. I hope that it does come back one day, but I doubt it.
Did you see Rosemary's Baby?
No, I haven't, but I
Man,
intend
you
to.
ought to see that.
Because someone was teasing me about that the other day. I haven't seen
If you
it.
get spooked easily.
No, I don't. I don't believe in being spooky things.
Yeah, but I don't either, and I was so scared.
I don't know. I intend to read the book. But
yeah, well, the movie is fairly faithful to the book.
Someone said that this is the first time that they'd ever read a book and then gone to see the picture and wasn't disappointed. Because usually, you like Valley of the Dolls, the book is very good, but the picture isn't.
I saw the picture.
I didn't. I read the book. And after I read the book and everyone was saying that the picture wasn't as good as the book, I didn't go to see the picture.
In Cold Blood is supposed to be as good as the
book.
I didn't see the picture, I just read the book.
Mm-hmm.
That was quite good.
So
Did you see Gone with the Wind?
No, I didn't see Gone with the
Wind. I'd like to see it. Okay, tell me about when you were in school, what was your major and stuff like that?
My major is speech correction.
Well, okay, what does a speech correction do?
Well, you usually work with students who have more or less an organic problem or some deeply embedded problem, as in contradiction to people who just speak substandard English. And you work on things like articulation, but to the point where you can't understand what they're saying. And you understand what an unstandard speaker is saying.
Yeah.
And you work on stuttering problems, aphasia, and lisping, voice problems.
Do you have to do anything with deaf mutes or anything?
No, I never had the opportunity to work with deaf mutes. And I don't really think we were taught to work with deaf mutes. That's an entirely different aspect of speech correction, I would imagine.
I don't know. I don't know anything about
I don't either. That's why I'm saying I wouldn't know where to begin with someone who couldn't talk at all.
Okay, how about when you were in elementary school and stuff? You went to school here in the district?
Yes,
Where did you go to
I
school?
went to Giddings, Lennox, Bell, Randall, Dunbar, and DC Teachers.
Okay, can you remember when you were in elementary school, any really good teachers or anything?
Yes, I had some of my best teachers in elementary school. I had a teacher named Mrs. Frazier, and she worked with me to help bring up my reading skills and develop me personally. And when I graduated from elementary school, she saw to it that I was put in a good section because the school that I went to, the further down I think in section you go, the less education you get. Like if you're in 7-1 or 7-2, you get the best books, the best teachers, And I was always grateful to her. She died just last year. I used to go see her when I was in college, and I didn't know she had passed.
She inspired you to be a teacher?
No, she didn't. When I went to kindergarten, when I was a little girl, and everyone said, Brenda, what do you want to be? I said, I want to be a teacher. I want to be a teacher. But when I got out of high school, I didn't know what I wanted to be. I just instinctively went into college to be a teacher. My mother said, you have a choice. You can work or you can go to school. I said, I'll go to school. I'll go to school. No work for me. I had worked that summer, too, in this lady's house. And she wanted I was supposed to babysit. And every day she'd add something like scrubbing the floors, and then she wanted you to iron. And I said, well, I'm sorry, So after 3 days, I quit.
You wanted to go to college.
She wanted you to do all of this work for $10, not me. She worked you to death. And then this other thing, she would, give the children one thing for lunch, and you get something else for lunch. And then one day I remember I brought my lunch, and she says, oh, you brought your lunch. And I said, yes, I'm not used to eating peanut butter and jelly every day. So I went to school after that. I said, well, I know it's hard. out there. I better go get some more education.
I helped some university students one time on biology.
Did you?
Yes, sir. I was in the hospital, and there was a teacher from the university had a ring, and she was in my room. Well, they put her in my room because I had a telephone. And the students would come out of a night, and she would help them with their lessons.
Oh.
And they found out I had a lake in the farm, you know, and they come over and ask me about as many questions as they did her. I don't know how they come out with it. I mean, just told them in my own words what I knew, too much, but they still friends to me, all of them. They just.
Where's the lake at, Mike?
Yes, sir, right there. Yes.
Is it? You have the people come out and fish, or?
Well, I did, but I closed it. I closed it about 6 months ago.
Oh.
Run it for about 14 years, and I stocked it with catfish, these channel catfish.
Yeah.
And I didn't want anybody fishing because it's just small, you know, till they grow large.
Yeah.
I put some in once or twice before, and they had grown till they weighed 4, 5, and 6 pounds.
Really? Yeah.
And I had such good luck with them, I just ordered me 1,000 more to put in, and they're too young yet.
Yeah.
To fish.
Will you open it back up for fishing?
I think so.
When
they get large enough. But trouble are, you know, a catfish will bite most anything.
Yeah.
And people, of course, if you've ever had anything to public, you know what the public will do for you.
Yeah.
There's a few nice ones.
Yeah, most of them.
And most of them they'll take advantage of it. And you put a limit on them, and they cost me so much, and I had them to feed. And they just go down there and slip and catch them all out if they could. They just, and that's the reason I closed it. And I've got a lot of bass. I walked down here yesterday afternoon and up in the upper part in the shallow water. I counted 7 big old bass. They were just right underwater going, you know. I don't know where they'd have struck yesterday afternoon or not, but it was pretty warm.
Do you, Miss Matthews, Mr. Matthews, his cousin has a fishing lake out there by Duncanville, Talmadge.
I've heard some of the fishers that come up here talk about going out there.
I was down there talking to him. He's got 2 little lakes. One little one and one right
If I had someone to help me, I'd just turn mine into a catfish lake altogether. Cause
that'd be a lot of fun. I never fished a catfish. I know they'll bite.
Oh, they'll bite though, and when they will bite, they'll just bite anything. It don't make no difference which. I caught some on a dewberry. You'd be surprised to know. One afternoon I was down in the lake, and I said, well, if I had some bait, I'd set out me a hook, and there was another man fishing too. And I said, let's put some of these black bears on a hook and see. I said, I've heard they stay under a mulberry bush. I mean, on the lakes and the rivers where the And so we did, and next morning we had a 3-pound catfish.
They
bit that. They didn't know what it was, I guess, and just grabbed it. But it was a lot of fun, and learned something too, you know.
Yeah. Let's see, days of the night. Okay, just so I can have it on part of my record. Your name? Okay.
Northport Route 2, if you want to.
That's the location. Where were you born at?
I was born at Elrod in Tuscaloosa County.
Other communities in Tuscaloosa County that you've lived in?
No, sir. I lived in over there a while till I was 9 years old, and then come here and I haven't lived anywhere else. Been right here.
Okay.
Been right here for about 60 years.
60?
Yes.
Okay, how would you describe your occupation?
Well, I guess farming and housewife, wouldn't he?
Okay.
I believe that it'd be that way more than anyway.
Have you ever lived outside? You say you hadn't lived outside?
No, sir.
Have you done very much traveling or for any long?
No, sir. I never have traveled. That's something I don't care anything about.
Yeah. This is deal with your family history. Where was your mother born?
I believe Mother was born in Pickens County, if I'm not mistaken.
And her folks, do you know where they were?
I think they were born in Pickens County.
Your father? Where was he?
Well, let's see. He was either born in Pickens or Tuscaloosa.
Okay. And his family, his father know?
Well, I imagine they were born in Tuscaloosa County. Well, I just don't remember. You know, there's so many things that you wish after it's too late you'd asked your parents.
My mother used to sit and talk to me all the time, telling me about various ones and all. And one time I decided I was going to sit down and write it down one night, and we sat there and I wrote for a long time.
Well, I'm
but
just so sorry that I
did.
didn't. I've got a sister that's older than I am. She knew more about him than I did, but as far as I know, we've always been right in Tuscaloosa County.
Okay. Social contacts, anything, any clubs, organizations you belong to, including church organizations?
Well, a church and a WSCS and a home demonstration club. And let's see, the farm, let's see, we used to have a farm club, and I belonged to it. And I done a lot of fair work. Oh, Lord, gee, I won 80 ribbons one year.
Really?
Yes.
My sister-in-law used to get in the fair down up in Birmingham, that's where I'm from. And
Yes.
the doll clothes she used to make for
Yes.
a little girl.
Oh, I baked and I froze and I made clothes out of fertilizer sacks.
Really?
And I won on all of those, and my peanuts and my corn and things like that.
Good.
So I really went to town with it as long as I could.
This community here would be called what? Are these?
This is well, it's more of a Lafayette community on down, and I believe they still call it, but our church is Macedonian Church.
Most people around here, do they work in Tuscaloosa or are they
Yes,
farming?
sir. Yes, sir. They used to farm, but there's not many farmers now. They all work in Tuscaloosa, got public works. Just mighty few that farms. You know, farming is just about a thing of the past.
Yeah.
People just couldn't make a living at it, hardly.
Your education, how much?
Oh, I never got no further than 8th grade.
Okay. Would you count slowly up to 15? Just let me check my tape recorder out.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
You ever played any marbles?
Yes, sir.
Okay, maybe
It's been a long time though. I don't know where I was. Oh, it's been a long time ago since I played marbles.
The line towards which the players roll their marbles before beginning a game to determine who's going to shoot first. Tall line or toy line, any of those? Or lag line, any of those sound familiar to you?
Well, I guess it'd be lag line, wouldn't it? Which what?
All those are different ones you use. We used to call that toy line.
Toy line.
Toy line. So one of our
Before you shoot on it.
yeah.
You'd always make a little square, and then you come down another way, another way, another way. Or we did. We put one in each corner and then one in the middle.
What do you call a container for coal to use in a stove?
A coal shovel.
Okay. Device for moving dirt and other loads with one wheel in front and handles to lift and push it behind.
A wheelbarrow.
What do people around here use to sharpen tools in the field, something portable that they can carry with them.
A file?
How about a non-portable implement kept at the barn or tool shed for sharpening tools? Something that you couldn't carry with you.
A grinding rod. Is that what they call it there? Yeah, I had one and somebody stole it.
Did you?
We had all of those things, you know, anything we wanted on the farm. We never did buy it like a lot of folks. We went and bought it.
Yeah.
But a lot of folks buy them and they never did bring them
Bring 'em
back.
back.
And I just lost so many of Mr. Rushing's things that we bought. I still have an anvil.
Oh, really?
An old anvil. You know what you straighten plows, or beat plows on? I know you've seen them.
Yeah.
They, oh well, if it quit raining, I'll show you.
Okay.
And I think it's around 150 years old. I was going to call my sister last night to see, because my daddy bought it in 1909 from his sister, and it had been handed down from them. And then when my daddy died, I bought it from him, and then we've used it.
Yeah.
And that's been long time ago. My daddy, before he died, had it around 70 years, I guess. And I know it's bound to be that long.
Yeah.
And I'm just afraid somebody's going to steal it. I don't know what to do.
Did y'all have a regular blacksmith shop?
Yes, we had a little blacksmith shop. We did our own plow sharpening and everything like that, you know. And it takes, you know, you have to have a big old bellows. And I was gone one day, and my husband was sick about 20 years before he died. And this neighbor wanted it, and he come, and I was gone, and my husband's mind wasn't too good. He was in World War I, you know, got worse all the time. And they persuaded him to let them have it. And of course, I couldn't do nothing about it, you know, then. But it had this bellows, you know, that blows up the fire where you have it, and where you had it. You have it on a table, something like that, with and pack red clay we did around it, and it kept your fire blowed up, you know, and made you cold. And then you had the fire tongs to lift your plows on it and heat your plows, and then you beat it on this anvil. I think I'm right by calling that an anvil.
Yeah,
that's what I was. We had several things like that.
Yeah, well, I think that's pretty clear enough so we can go out and see that. I like seeing that.
And I've been thinking that if when I had somebody help me, what I've got left, I'd like to put them all in a house together and keep them locked up, so they wouldn't get them, because they got so many. I had cross-cut saws with the handles, you know, and the wooden handles, and I wanted to keep them, and I had several pair of old horse collars, you know. You put on the collars and then you put the hamstrings on, you know.
Yeah.
And
they gone too?
Well, some of them are. I saved one pair. I saved one pair and hid them out there in the barn. I've got where I lock it up, keep them from getting it, because I'd be gone and so many fishers come in, you know.
Yeah.
And I couldn't tell where they were. But they just picked up anything they wanted. Just anything. It's awful, ain't it? Just to think you can't have nothing of your own. You lay it down and somebody come pick it up. Yeah. And I had these here wedges, iron wedges.
For lumber?
Yes, to split wood with.
Yeah.
And they got them. And I think I know where one of them went to, but you can't say nothing unless you know, you know.
Unless you know.
But they pick them up, and I wouldn't take anything for them. And then I've got one of the old wooden mauls that we made, you know, that it hit the wedge. You know, to split it. The old wood one that we made. We made out of a sweet gum tree. And I just had a lot of that stuff, and I thought, well, someday my son would want it, you know. And I had a bias, and a man come one day and wanted it, and I wouldn't let him have it. And so I had a friend that was up here when he wanted it, and he went and got it and taken it up where it was, cause I was afraid he'd come back and get it, you know. And it was a vise, and it opened out. You could turn and put your saws, hand saw or anything in between, and sharpen it, you know, and roll it back up and then hold it steady.
Oh, yeah.
So I've still got that. And I'd like to
look at that.
I'd like to put all my things,
Yeah,
you
if
know,
can get
on
them somewhere,
display. Yeah.
Yeah, if you get them, you had a
Yes.
big, well, had a room in the house or something where you.
Well, I got a basement. I've been thinking I'd
Put 'em
fix
in
that someday. I've got some things in it. I've got my old sausage mill that I always ground sausage on.
Yeah.
I've got it in there. And then I've got a wagon seat. I sold my wagon when after Mr. Russian got so bad, and I sold a mule. I let the wagon go on with it, and the seat that went with it. But my daddy, when he died, he had a little one-horse wagon, and he gave me the seat. He wanted me to have that seat, and I've still got it. And I'd like to have these things out, but you can't have them out.
No.
They'll pick them up,
Yeah.
and I've got it in the basement, and I want you to see it.
Well, if you could get, maybe some shells made for the smaller stuff, and fix places for the others.
And I've got one that, let's see, I don't know where you'd call it a wrench. I guess you would. You know what you take the wagon wheels off with? A hub wrench. You'd call it a hub wrench, wouldn't it?
Big old
hub. Yeah.
And one that would fit over there.
To grease the wagon wheels. I've got that. I've managed to save a few things.
Yeah, you can get them all.
And I've got an old corn sheller where we used to shell corn, you know, before we take to mill. And I've got that yet.
I'd love to see some of those things.
Well, I thought, well, you know, seeing them would
be
me telling you about it.
Yeah, that'd be good.
And I don't know where you remember or not, but I've got one of those old irons over there.
Yeah.
And they used to, you know, heat by the fire and iron clothes with.
You know, we just kind of put it in the fire and get it hot.
Get it hot, yeah.
And then you bring it out there, yeah.
Well, folks live the hard way then, but I don't know. I guess it's bad to get old, but I'm glad I lived back there when I knew a lot of these things. Because these people that grow up these days don't know what they are.
What is this?
That's an old coffee mill. Used to parch green coffee and grind it on. You remember? I guess you heard your mother talking about. You know, we'd buy green coffee and parch that coffee, or you could buy it already parched and just grind it. So I brought that in here to keep and put it on the wall, keep somebody from getting it. And every time anybody comes in there that wants that iron, but I hadn't let them have it yet.
Yeah, you better.
I know someday my grandkids will want them.
Yeah.
And my great-grandkids. I don't know what they'll do with everything when I'm...
Well, you know, it'd be good to keep, but things like that's going to be mighty valuable someday, too. I mean, in money, it's not only sentimental sense, but in the money sense, because it...
Well, I don't care. You know, I'm one. I don't care about antiques. I was raised up with them all, and I don't care anything about them too much. But I do want to keep a few things for the great-grandkids. But now, just as far as having a house of old antique, I don't care. But I care more about my farming tools and things than I do of furniture. I don't know why, but I do. I guess probably because it was Mr. Russian.
Yeah,
and some was my daddy's. And I did have 2 or 3 pair of bits, you know, where you put in a mule's mouth and fastening lines to them. And I saved 3 or 4 horseshoes around. Got them. I've been thinking. I cleaned up some of them and wrapped them in aluminum foil and put them in the house. I was afraid something would happen to them. I got 3 in the living room.
That's awful when you can't, when you have to do that kind of thing to keep something.
Isn't it? But you can. Now, just take people. I can't eat. I've just lost more paddles and cushions.
Uh-huh.
They'd tear up the boats at the lake, and if they could have got the boat out and got away with it, they'd have did it. They don't care. I don't know why. It's not everybody like that. If it was, it'd be terrible. But there's getting to be so many. They think, well, what you got just belongs to them too. They can just tear it down.
That seems to be a general attitude now.
I don't know. Well, people that runs these stores say it's just terrible. You just got to watch them. They just come in and pick up anything.
They'll take out everything.
My son runs a filling station, and he says he just dash, and if they ain't watching what they'll do, they just pick up anything in the world that comes to hand. I had some old iron pots, and I had an iron kettle, and an old colored woman stole it. And I still got my old iron pot, what we used to wash in, make fires around.
That big one,
Yeah, I've got that. But I give my son several things. I know they'd pick them up, and I wanted him to have them. And I've got an old curly comb. Used to carry the horse with. Now that I used on my dog. I get out and curl my dog.
He should, Harry is, he's got mane like a horse and those collars have.
He's shedding, she's shedding too. Well, I just thought I'd tell you about all those
She likes
things.
to stand up there. What is it, steps going up there?
Yeah,
Where she stands?
she hears me talking.
Oh, she likes to get close to you.
Yes, sir, she just as jealous as I am. They ain't gonna bother me. Oh, sir, she knows, and I got a little great grandbaby, and she watches her just like a hawk.
Is that right?
I believe if anybody was to try to do anything to that child, she'd tear him up. And she would me. I believe if the meter man won't even come in unless I'm here. The meter's on the back. And I have to put her up and go unlock the gate. I keep the gates fast, and I'm afraid somebody will come along and let her out and get on the highway and get killed. But he won't come in. He said, no, sir, I'm not coming in. I'm afraid of that dog.
You think the dog's bothered?
Yeah, he thinks it.
I mean, do you think
And then she'll go and see if he's got that meter. She'll go that
see
first.
If he's taking it.
Yeah, see if he's taking it. And I don't care if your car stayed out there tonight, and she'd find out everything was all right. She'd lay right there by that car on next to that fence all night and watching it. I'd put mine out there, and she won't leave it.
I'll tell you, that's what you need.
That's what I need because, you know, I'm just here by myself. And I don't tell everybody I stay here by myself because kids stay a little bit. But I got my pistol, and I got a 410, and I had a Mr. Russian's 16 gauge shotgun, and he'd had it ever since he was 16 years old, that gun. And so I sprayed something would happen to it, and I gave it to my son, told him he could take care of it. Probably maybe somebody come through sometime, and everybody wanted it, you know, because it was old like that. But I try to keep plenty of protection now.
I tell you, you need to.
Yes, sir. There's so much meanness going on. And I heard over the news at dinner about they've arrested that 16-year-old boy.
The judge.
Yeah.
I sure heard that myself.
I was just shocked. But you know, last night when I read it, and they said it was his adopted son, I believe.
Oh, was it? Oh, it wasn't his real son.
It wasn't his real son. And they said he was the first and found him. I just said, well, you know, it just come through me, you know, that could have been him done.
I didn't never occurred to me, but that's awful. I don't know, child killing. That's somehow the worst crime I can ever imagine.
I know, and just 16 years old, and his life all before him. He must be kind of wrong or something wrong some way or another. He wouldn't have did it, I don't think.
Can you imagine?
I just can't. I hate it. I just hate it.
Lord, I don't know. That's just something about that kind of crime, you know. I mean, of course, any kind of murder's bad, but,
but
when a child kills a parent,
it sure is. And you couldn't, from the name he had, you couldn't have believed that he'd have had anything against him. But if he owns up to it, we'll find out what he did have against him.
But they caught him, didn't they?
Yeah, they caught him. They arrested him this morning.
This next excerpt is also taken from original tape 149.
And the name of this book, Mice of Men, and it's by John Steinbeck. And it opens that they're under these trees, and he's laying down, and Lenny's sick since he was small, and George is the one that he listens to all the time. And George told him when he gets where they're going to this job they have, not to say a word. So the guy asked George, what's his name and everything like that, and he told him. Then the guy asked Lenny, and Lenny didn't say nothing, and George answers for him. And then the boss got mad and says, well, let him speak for himself. And so he says, yeah, my name is Lenny, and he said it funny. And turned around, and they said, okay, and then they showed him the bunk, into the bunkhouse, where they have to sleep. And they go in there, and George told him he ruined it. Now the boss got his eye on them, and they got to be very careful. And he was playing in his pocket, and George asked him what he got in his pocket, and he took it out and he put it behind his back, and he says, what do you got behind your back? He says, nothing, George, nothing. And he had a dead mouse, and he was playing when he killed it, and it was a couple of days old, and George said if he found another one fresh, he can play with it. So he turned around, and he didn't find any, and there's second night to the boss, the son came walking in, and he has his hand in Vaseline. He likes to keep it soft for his wife and, beautiful, just one hand. And he wants to pick on everybody because he was something like a wrestler. So George says, he's not doing nothing, just leave him alone. So he says, was my wife in here? And his wife was like, anybody that got pants on, she'll go out with. Turn around, and after Curly came in, his wife came in, and he says, did you see Curly? So they didn't want to, speak to her, so they says, no, he isn't, he just was looking for you. And then George told Lenny not to speak to her or not to touch her or anything. And then Slim came in the room. He's a foreman of the men. And he started talking to George. And George says, he's sick. When he was small, he got kicked in the head with a horse. And then he went back inside, and Lenny asked him, said, was I really kicked in the head, George? And George says, no. He said, I just said it, because they know you're sick, just a little bit. And turn around, and then George went back outside and started talking to Slim. And when they had to leave the other town, because Lenny got nervous, and he seen this girl with a red dress on it, and he wanted to touch it. And so he touched the dress, and the girl started screaming, and Lenny just held on tight and tighter and tighter. And George had to, hit him over the head, knock him out to let her go, because that gets him nervous when somebody screams.
What's wrong with Lenny?
He's sick. He's like mental. Yeah. Mental. And so he went, and they had to hide in a river, and the girl went inside the police station and said she was raped and got him in trouble, so they had to hide underneath the bridge in cold water, and only their heads were out. And then they ran away to this place where they got this job. And Slim has a dog with puppies. So he said to Lenny, you can have one, when they get older, but don't touch him now because you'll hurt him. You'll kill him. So he says, I won't. And he just looked at him for a couple of days. And then the old man had a dog, a shepherd dog. Candy, his name was, the old man. And it was a sheepdog. And he was old, and he stunk, and the men couldn't sleep at night because he stunk too much. So one of the guys says, well, I'll take him out and I'll shoot him. And he says, no, he's a good dog. You should have seen him when he was a pup. He was wonderful. He was a sheepdog. He kept on taking care of the sheep. So they talked the old man of having him shot. So they took him out, and the old man shot him and then buried him. And then Lenny was in the barn, and he kept on playing with the dog. And then he seen this colored man, and he walked in, and he says, and the colored man says, "Get out," and his name is Crook. And he says, "Get out. I can't go in the bunkhouse, and no one could come in my room." So Lenny says, "Why?" And he says, "Because I'm black." And then he says, "That don't make no difference." And he says, "Well, I can't play cards because I'm black. I can't talk to you because I'm black." And he says, "And I don't want to be bothered." So Lenny, it was like a two-door, and he closed the top, and Lenny just got on his knees and was looking at the man. So the man says, "Why don't you come in and sit down?" And there was like all fleas in the bed, in all of their beds. And then the old man came in, and they started talking, and Lenny had on his mind, and George was going to buy like a little farm and live off the fat of the land. And that's all Lenny wanted to know, because he was going to take care of the rabbits, tend the rabbits. And he goes, "George is going to make me take care of the rabbits and clean them and pet them and everything like that, and I can't kill them because they're bigger than rats." And, you know, so the old man says, "Yeah, and I'm going to do the farming, and I'm going to work in the fields, and I'm going to cook their suppers." And then they started talking. And then Curly's wife came again, and she must have had to do something with the color man, because she goes, "You know, if I open my mouth, you're dead just like that, if I open my mouth to any of them." So he says, "Yeah," and so she went away, because the old man didn't want her. So they had big hopes to get that farm, and she went out, and the color man says to them, "Get out, get out." So they got out, you know, and they went back, and Lenny just stood in the barn and kept on talking to himself about how he's going to take care of rabbits, and he was petting the dog nice, and all of a sudden the dog tried to nip him, and he got scared, and he just whacked him, and he killed it. And all the men were outside playing horseshoes and everything like that, and he killed it, and he said, "I did something wrong," and he put it in his pocket. He says, "George can't find out. George won't let me take care of the rabbits." So, and then the girl came in. She was running away. And then she started talking to Lenny, and Lenny said, "I can't talk to you because Georgia won't let me take care of the rabbits." So she says, "Why don't you pet my hair, you know?" So he started feeling her hair, and he started doing hard, and she was getting nervous. And she started screaming, and he put his hand over the mouth. And she's going, "Let me go," you know. But she couldn't do anything because he had his hand, and he's strong. And then he killed her. He was swinging her around, and she had a broken neck, and she couldn't breathe. And just before that happened, before he went in the barn, Curly came in and started picking on the guys, and the guys told him to leave him alone. "If you can't take care of your wife, can't help it, we can't take care of her for you. One of these days you won't be able to do nothing." And then he started picking on Lenny, and Lenny was taking punches left and right, and George couldn't see it, and George says, "Get him, Lenny, get him." And he took his greasy hand, the one with the glove, and he just broke it, he just squeezed it, and he says, "We won't say nothing and you won't. Remember, you got that hand caught in the machine." And that was on Curly's mind too, what he did to him, and then what he did to his wife. And so Lenny just stood in the barn like crying and says, "I gotta go, I gotta go, I gotta go to the bushes." So he went to the brush where George said if he got into trouble, wait for him there. And they all wanted to kill Lenny, and George took the gun, and everybody thought Lenny took it. And he found Lenny, and George says, "Come here, Lenny," and he did. And he was sitting, he says, "George, tell me about the farm that we're going to live off the fat of the land." And George says, "Okay, I told you once, and I keep on telling you, but you always forget." And he says, people like us, people say we're no good. And it isn't true because you got me and I got you. And that's all Lenny cared about. And he told Lenny to look over the river and not to think about anything, just listen to him. And he was telling him the story about how he was going to take care of the rabbits. And George had the gun to shoot him, and George was, couldn't pull the trigger. And then at the end, he pulled the trigger, and they all came. And when the guy says, you got the gun away from him, he had the gun. So George said, yeah. He put his head down, and he says, yeah, he had the gun. And he says, and when the guy says, you were strong, you took it away from him, huh? And George says, yeah, I took it away from him. And he threw it in the river. And then the guy says, well, give it to me. He says, yeah, I'll give it to you. And Slim, the one that George kept on talking to, he turned around and he went out and he says, come on, let's go have a drink. And George went to him, and that's the end of the story.
What kind of feeling do you think that George had about killing Lenny? Why would he feel that he had to kill him?
Because anybody else would have killed him, and he would have felt bad, but if he did it, he wouldn't have felt no pain the way he did it, because he died happy. He was dying happy.
Do you think that George wanted to kill Lenny?
No, he wanted to take him away,
Why do you think he couldn't?
because they would be after him for killing the girl.
Well, one of the big things about the story that I've always wondered about was why George and Lenny stuck together. Why? I mean, it's pretty obvious that Lenny needed George, but why do you think George always wanted to take care of Lenny?
Because when they were small, they were walking across a bridge, and George told him to jump in, and Lenny just jumped in, and he couldn't swim to save his own life. And then George got him, and he thanked George so much, and he's the one that, he forgot that George told him to jump in. He was so grateful that he saved his life. And he always made a fool out of Lenny, but then he realized that he shouldn't have done it. And he took care of him.
Did you like the story?
Yeah, I liked it very much. Because it had feeling.
Like what? What feeling
Because
do you remember most?
George was always taking care of Lenny, and Lenny, stupid, didn't know. And George always told Lenny that he was going to get rid of him. And Lenny always says, I can go up to the mountains and find a cave. And he says, you wouldn't even know when to come in out of the rain. And he says, you wouldn't know how to get food. And he says, that's okay, we'll live together. And they always got in trouble because of Lenny. But George knew he did wrong when he was little to him. And he had no one to take care of him.
You know of anyone like that who's sympathetic, you just want to take care of them all the time?
Yep, I have a cousin.
Why? What's your cousin like?
He's sick. He's in bed. He's going to die.
From what?
Well, they call it cerebral palsy, but they don't know the kind of disease he got. So they just gave him that name.
What's it like?
Well, he's just rotting away. He's 11 years old and only weighs 24 pounds.
Oh, Rosemary. Oh.
And you can't wash him or anything because his skin comes off. And he can't swallow his spit. They had to give him tubes. And every time I go over there, I always call him Muscle Man. And he puts a smile on his face.
Oh, how awful. Does your aunt have any other children?
Yeah, she got 7 more.
Oh, dear. How can they pay for all that?
Well, now they're getting help from one of the men. One of the things that you give to, not March of Dimes, cerebral palsy march or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's like a March of Dimes, yeah. On TV, describe Lenny. What did he look like?
Well, he was real big. He was huge. And he looked kind of dumb, but in a way he was cute just a little bit. Because he had the blonde hair. And he was big and clumsy, didn't know how to dress right.
How about George? How do you look?
He was shorter. He was short. And he had a jacket on, and he had a hat, like kind of long hair.
Describe the other people. What was the woman like? How would you characterize her? Did you like her?
No, she was skinny, And she had a curly hair. She always had a pockets like these night hall girls have. Wore a lot
What
of
else
makeup.
about it? Describe it more.
And then Curly had the black glove on his hand, always fixing it. And he had pants. He dressed okay, but he couldn't keep up with his wife. And he used to go to town, must go out with other women, because that's all she had on her mind. I know what they do there. And the other men were like fat, clumsy, dirty looking.
How about Slim? Did you like him?
And he was okay. He didn't believe that two men could stay together as long as Lonnie and George did.
Why don't you think that he could understand that?
Because he must have did it. Him and his buddy must have went out together. One morning he woke up and didn't find him there anymore. The man took off on him.
Funny kind of love, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a love between those two. It's a love where they needed each other. Can you think of any other examples of that? Where people need each other like that? It's kind of real love.
Yeah, like my cousin needs my aunt needs him. She has other children, but everything is for Peter.
How do the other kids feel about it?
Well, in the beginning, my cousin Joni didn't like it because she's getting old now, and all her girlfriends used to go to the beach. And my aunt said no to her, and she says, Peter this and Peter that, and my aunt slapped her. And then she sat down and she really realized it. And now she's like a little mother to Peter. They all are. The ones that are 5 years old. They don't know what he's saying, but anytime he says something to the mother can't understand him. And sometimes they could, the little ones. And one day he was talking to his mother, and he said something and she couldn't understand. So Susan said, Mommy, he wants ice cream. He says, give us all ice cream. And that's how they got ice cream.
Did he really or didn't he?
Yeah, he ate it, but...
Susan got some too then, didn't
Yeah,
she?
all the other ones did.
Are there any other boys in the family? besides
Yeah.
you?
One has sugar. He goes into a sleeping spell sometimes.
What do you mean sugar?
He goes like into a sleeping...
Sugar diabetes? Is that what
No,
you mean?
he's not that. He just goes in a corner and he'll sleep. And as soon as he goes to sleep and he'll start rolling around, and my aunt has to put sugar in his mouth to wake him up out of it. He got like something like a sleeping sickness.
Are all the others okay now?
Yeah, except for Susan. She got now she's okay, but when she was first born, her legs, they had to cut open both of her legs to straighten out her bones. She was bow-legged. She couldn't walk. If I was my aunt, I would have had no more kids after Peter. But I mean, the girls are all right now. One of them are married.
Peter isn't the oldest then.
No.
The next excerpt is also taken from original tape 149.
Mama is the grandmother of Travis, and Mama, well, she inherited $10,000, and so she got the money, and she went out in this Caucasian neighborhood, and they didn't want her out there, but she bought this house, and when she bought the house, well, it was this man. His name was Mr. I forgot his name. Well, anyway, he was trying to buy the house back, but Mama, that was her name, she didn't want to sell it. So since Walter was the man of the house, since her husband had died and everything, Walter was the man of the house, and she put the money in Walter's hands, and she said that if he didn't want the house, that he can sell it to the man. So, anyways, he didn't sell. The man came, and first he said he was a welcome committee, and but they found out that he was, he was beating around the bush and saying that he was here to welcome them to their new neighborhood. And then he finally said, "Why don't you stay where your kind is? We don't want your kind around here." And so Walter ordered the man out of the house. He went out of the house. And I said about a week later, they moved to their new houses. And it was a group of white Caucasians, should I say, people. They came and they was trying to order the Negro family out of their house, but they didn't. So what Walter did, he said, if you want trouble, you can get trouble, but as long as you don't start no trouble, you don't get no trouble. And after that, they was friendly ever since. And
They were what?
they was friendly.
Oh.
And Mama, Ruth, and Mama, she wanted a backyard of her own always, and but this house, it had a big backyard, and it was a pretty house, and that was what she always have wanted. That was what her husband wanted her to have before he died. He even worked his finger to the bone just to get a house that pretty for them to live in, and she always wanted a garden. So what Travis and Ruth and Benita and Walter did, well, they got her some garden tools, and they Travis bought her a pretty hat, and she liked it very much, and she was so surprised that she started crying, and she said, "Thank you, Jesus, thank you," and she said then she said that her dreams had finally came true. And Ruth, well, she was pregnant at the time, but she didn't want to tell Walter because she didn't think Walter can afford it. So what she did, she waited a while, and when they got in the house and everything, they were celebrating and everything. And she said, "Walter, I got something to tell you." And he said, "What?" She said, "I think you better sit down." So he sat down, and then he told her, and he said, "Another one?" Just like that. And she said, "Well, I can always have an abortion." And he said a bad word, but I don't think I should say it. And
Like what? She said.
like, hell no. And so she said, "I can always get rid of it." And he said, if I ever caught you getting rid of my baby, me and you gonna have it out." And so they was all happy and everything. And they liked their house very much. And so anyways, well, the true point is that some Caucasians are prejudiced. And when they first moved into this neighborhood, the Caucasians, they didn't want them to live there because they thought all Negroes was troublemakers. But they just didn't want to give the Negro family a chance. That's what some people need today, is a chance. But some people don't realize that. And another point is that no matter where you go or what you do or how hard you plead or how hard you struggle, there's always going to be prejudice. And you always will find hatred and all this. But they don't want to give, like today, some Caucasians don't want to give the Negroes a chance. They want to down them all the time. But I think that's terrible. And I don't like it myself. That's why I'm going to finish school and do as much as I can, because I like school myself. And I got a lot of Caucasian friends, but now since they're all right when they're not around their friends. When they're around their friends, they're different. But I don't pay that no mind because it goes in one ear and out the other. And some Caucasians, they'll help sometimes, but most of the time, the majority of them are prejudiced. I don't know why, but they're prejudiced. I don't think there's no hope for them, you ask me. There might be a little hope for us, but what is prejudice gonna get them? It ain't gonna get them nowhere. It's not gonna. it ain't gonna do nothing. You ask me, they're hurting themselves. It's really fear. They're scared. Prejudice is feeling of fear and a prejudgment of other people. And they just don't know. They think that all colored people are like Negro people are alike, but they just don't want to give us a chance. But in order for us to, like, when I was young, my great-grandmother used to say, she said, don't give up quick. She said, if you give up quick, that there's no hope for you. But if you sort of struggle a little bit, she said, the harder you struggle, and sometimes if they see that you're trying to make it, they'll help you. But most of the time, they just look at you. But you have to really put a little pep into it if you want to get somewhere today. Because today, life is just as hard as it was in that day, those days. It was about in the royal 20s or something like that. But, see, they want all of us to stay down all the time. But they got to realize it. We can't stay down forever. No matter how hard they try or what they do, they can't keep us down forever. And I'll tell them, I'll speak my mind in a minute. I might think something other, but sometimes you just have to put them in their place sometimes. And
Mike, can you think of some examples, like since you've been up north, where you've really seen prejudice compared to the south?
Up north, prejudice isn't as bad as it is down here.
Like
Down south, if a Negro boy touched a white girl or kissed her or something, he can get in jail for that. And they can't even hold hands down here. But some of them, they go to different schools and everything. But up here it's different. I see a lot of Caucasians going with a whole lot of Negro people, and I see Negro girls going with Caucasian boys. But down here, if a Negro boy went with a colored boy, he can get life for that. He can't even go with her down here. I think that's stupid. When will they ever learn? I said to myself. And so my grandmother, she died. My mother brought me up here. And so, I was friendly and everything. When I first came here, they was real friendly and everything. They still is. But some of them, they just have to show how big and bad they are. And the people that go for bad, that went for bad are 6 feet underground. So that's why it pays you to keep cool and live your life as you want it to be, and be yourself and nobody else. As long as you be yourself, you're all right. But if you try to be somebody else, there ain't no hope for you. I don't think it's any hope for anybody. Like, some of them, they like to, they try to copy you all. But why copy?
Well, like what?
Like, for instance, dancing. If they can't dance as good as the Negro, let them dance the way they want to dance. The Negro can't dance the way white people dance. That's their business. And they always meddling in other people's business. That's one point. They can't keep their minds to themselves. They always, let me see now. Like if somebody get in trouble, well, they always come over and say, what happened? What happened? What's this and all that? Instead of them ignoring that. See, as long as you ignore somebody, that makes them real mad and they want to kill you. But if you stand up there and you argue and all this jazz, well, that makes them want to fight. And you're not going to stand up there and let them just hit you just like that. I know you're going to take up for yourself. But when you do all that, you just got to give it to them. Can't let them take over you like that. If you let, one time, you can let them slip, just let them go past. They keep on bumping up into you and all that. Like anybody, it can be anybody. And they'll try to start trouble. Some of them will. It's not all the time the Negro that start trouble. Sometimes it's the Caucasian, they start trouble too. Because you can be walking down the hall in the school, Cross High School, and they'll bump up into you. And they won't even say, excuse me, or I'm sorry. And that makes you mad. I know I get mad sometimes, but I kind of have to control my temper sometimes. I got a bad temper. And anyways, I just let it slide. You know, if you let it slide, they're gonna keep on doing it. And you gotta just take up for yourself. Can't just let them slide all the time. You gotta knock them around a little bit, and then they'll leave you alone. And that's the way some niggas. Sometimes they can be jealous of you, and some Caucasians be jealous of you too. But don't pay that no mind. Don't you pay any attention to that jealousy, you're bound to be dead in a year. Because trouble starts only when a person, you know, if you ignore it, well, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you stand there and argue and all that, I think that's real stupid. I don't think people, you know, if they argue, just stand up there arguing. You just look at them. They get real mad. They can't do nothing but look. And well, you standing there, and they argue. You leave them there arguing. They look stupid. That makes them look stupid. And they get real mad. They can't do nothing but get mad. And when you leave them alone, they give you the eyes and everything. Then what's the eyes gonna do? As long as they're in their head and they're not on you, you're all right. But some kids, they don't realize that. They think fighting is gonna solve some things, but sometimes fighting do. But most of the time, I don't think it solves nothing. It only gets you all bruised and all that. Who wants to be bruised, black eyes and all that?
Did you ever fight?
Have I ever fought?
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple
what?
times.
What happened?
Well, it was this friend of mine. See, she couldn't stand me because, see, she said I was thinking that I was cute and everything. See, I didn't pay that no mind. Anyways, she give me the eyes and everything. I just look at it and go about my business. And lately she had, you know, she was bumping up in her, and she wouldn't say excuse me. But, you know, I just let it slide. And I let it slide and let it slide. But the third, I let it slide twice. I don't let you slide twice. If you go do it the third time, I'm just gonna have to tell you off. And so it was on a Friday, and she bumped all into me, and I fell on all my girlfriends. Then I pushed her off me, and she got mad, and she was doing all those Fogo language and all that. I wasn't saying nothing. I was just standing there. You know, that made her real mad. And so she took my hair and she started pulling it.
Oh.
And she pulled a handful of it. I said, now what you get out of pulling my hair? That made me mad. And then I had to do something. I just couldn't stand there and let her pull all my hair out. You see, she was jealous of me because most of my friends, you know, they always say that I have a boss walk and all this. And she always said that I try to put it on. But I told them I wasn't hardly going to change my walk for nobody. I said, it's my walk and I'm going to keep it. I said, they'll know why it's my walk if they look at my mother, because I walk just like her. And so she said, you think you're cute. So, you know, I went home and I told my mother about it. And so she told me to ignore it, and that's what I've been doing. So I ignored it and everything. Then, you know, it started coming on stronger and stronger. Now she got all my friends against me. But I can do without them because I came in the world without them, and I can do without them, I'm sure.
Good.
This is the Cal NEH American English Dialect Recordings Collection, tape number 32, side B.
My story is about the do bitches. This is a story based on prejudice, in which a town in, what was the state? Well, I don't remember the state of what the town is. This town had a terrible way of prejudging people from a foreign land in which they didn't know nothing about. They just took it for granted that they were poor and didn't have the money, so they had to be cut down outright, sort of not in their class. So these people hardly even accepted the do bitches in their town. A few women in the town tried to be friendly to the do bitches, but like the mother was sick one time, and when the child came to the door, they said the mother is ill. I'll see you later, or something like that. The child said. So as nobody really got a chance to know the do bitches, they first moved to a farm outside of town, and the farm got wrecked down, and the soil was probably worn out, so they had to move into town. And everybody else on the street thought that they weren't supposed to be in town because that would disgrace their section because they were poor. But the do bitches were really very nice people. They came from the Netherlands, and you think American spirit would be to be friendly to everyone, as peace, goodwill toward men is. But these people were just prejudged from people from a foreign country, so they didn't really accept them. Now the do bitches lived on Main Street. Now any visitors, anybody else who come into the town to visit other people who've been living there for years will feel ashamed and disgraced to see the do bitches' house because it was run down and wasn't in good condition, and they had about 11 kids running around, and they weren't properly dressed or nothing. The do bitches wouldn't have survived the winter without the help of the doctor. A couple of them lost fingers and one broken arm or a leg, and the doctor would not accept payment from the do bitches. So the doctor would just take home some beautiful flowers that the mother raised. The do bitches were a very poor off family. The father had to support 11 kids. So often, many of the times the children would have to go out and steal apples and pears for food for the table, while Tom and Jerry just did it for kicks. Tom and Jerry are the neighbors that live across the street of the do bitches, which they hardly ever see except the daughter, who's around their age. Now these boys are 15 and 17, and they're very prejudged themselves. Like in school, they wouldn't accept the do bitches. They would not hang around with them or nothing. They wouldn't go on a fling or nothing with them. They would consider the do bitches poor and not their type. They're too good for them. Many times Tom and Jerry would go camping out at the lake with their father. One day all the 6 do bitch boys were up there. They'd been fishing for hours. They caught something like 61 fish. And Tom and Jerry, out of despite, they decided to pull a dirty joke on the do bitches by throwing a keg of soap in the water in the pan where the fish were. So they took off. So after they came back, the do bitches seen their fish, not fit to be eaten by, in which the soap was all in their body and they couldn't eat them. They had to throw the fish away. So the father of Tom and Jerry, he was very strict with them. He told them to get out in the boat and go fishing and don't come back until you got the fish. So at first they thought it was a big joke to come out to the lake, and just fish for a couple hours. They thought then their father would be nice enough to let them back in. But their father just sat there out of despite and mad because their sons had to pull such a dirty trick on the people. Now that was their supper for the night. And they went home half heartbroken without their food for the night. So it all started out, they were in the boat fishing. They were there 2 hours, and the sun was beating down. They were getting very sunburned. So Jerry calls to his father and asked him if he could come in. He said, "You stay out there until you caught fish, enough fish to replace the ones you spoiled for the do bitches." So they were in the boat. They stayed there all day and at night. Tom kept asking Jerry what time it was from the agony of going through all the time of being in the boat without food. And they were all sunburned, and the mosquitoes were starting to eat them up. And during the night, the mosquitoes would be so terrible they'd jump in the lake to get them off them. They had caught something like 16, 15 fish the first night they were there. And word of the 2 boys out in the boat got into town, and many people came into the lake to see how long they would stay out. A lot of people were making bets on the thing, how long they would stay. But the father just sat there and didn't say anything. He just told them not to come in until they got the rest of the fish. Now, from the day before, they were very sunburned. They didn't have nothing to put on it, no food, for one day. And the father told them to stay out there. They stayed out there, and the sun was just beating down, all sweating. The boys were very uncomfortable. They had to jump in the water a few other times. to get the sun was very hot on them, was really burning their skin. So the do bitches weren't heard of much until after. So Tom and Jerry are still in the boat, they're fishing. The next night went by. They caught 41 fish. They kept fishing and fishing all night. The mosquitoes kept eating away at them. It was terrible for them. It was sort of like torture. So next morning they caught enough fish. They came in, and their father took them back into town, where they gave the fish to the do bitches. The mother, when they walked in the door, the two boys were very sunburned. Their skin was all peeling, and bubbles were formed from the sun, from the heat. So the mother washed them up, gave them something to eat, and sent them to bed. It was around 6, 7 o'clock. So Tom and Jerry, they were lying in bed. Their bodies were so sunburned that the sheets would stick to their skin, and they were all burnt. The next night, the do bitches invited them over for the dinner that they had caught. So even out of the terrible pain that they were in, and the sunburn on their neck, their nose, all over, they decided to go. The father made them go. So when they went over to the do bitches, even though they were sunburned and everything, they see how nice everything was, and there was all decorations and flowers in the house. All the children were neatly dressed at the table. They brought out the fish. Even though they were burned, they still seen how nice the house was, and it wasn't so painful to them now. Then the mother was showing them how some of them could play musical instruments, and everybody had a good time that night. Then after that, everybody started going over to the do bitches. Everybody was going over there to see the mother, and she got very friendly with the folks, and Tom and Jerry started hanging around with the other sons in the family. Everything sort of worked out all right. But this is a perfect example of prejudge, as prejudice known. These people were prejudged because they came from a foreign country and because they were poor. But you shouldn't prejudge a person because of his race, color, creed, or if he comes from a different country, because it's not really how the person is or how he looks. It's the inside of the person, his personality, how they really are. Is that 15?
Yes.
Another example of prejudice is the KKK, commonly known as the Ku Klux Klan. The Ku Klux Klan was started in 1866, shortly after the war between the states. It was started up by a bunch of generals from the Confederate Army who were awfully opposed to civil rights and wanted to get back at the Negroes. So they devised a Klan. From the Klan word came from the Irish clan as six, and there were 6 members. And Klu and Klux were started from the first letters of K as Klu, for Klu as a group, and Klux is a Latin word for sort of like prejudge. I don't know the exact definition of it. They were the Ku Klux Klan was very prejudiced against everyone. Christians they didn't like, and Negroes they especially didn't like.
Oh, I thought they liked Christians. You don't like Christians.
No, they don't like Christians.
No?
Catholics.
Catholics.
They don't like, really. They went on different rampages. They would burn crosses in front of Negroes' houses, burn down the houses. They would tar and feather Negroes who did nothing or tried to oppose the Ku Klux Klan. One man was tarred and feathered by the Ku Klux Klan because he tried to put up a revolt against it. They took the man out of his house. They killed his wife and 2 kids. They hung him. Then the man, they branded his back with a branding iron, KKK. They boiled tar, threw the man in, and then they threw him in a bag of feathers. Then they strapped him to a horse and rode him out of town. The man was recovered. He was half dead when they found him, all covered with tar and feathers. He died next day of skin suffocation. They were very cruel, the Ku Klux Klan. Anybody who tried to revolt against them, they would be burnt, their cross would be burnt in front of their house, and they would be taken out and hung in the woods. The KKK lasted about 5 or 6 years, then sort of died out from lack of membership. It didn't really last until about 1900, they started coming around. Some colonel after the First World War started it up again. And they sent a national ballot all over the United States. Join the KKK, rights for one and all. And that was really when the terrorists started. They would seek out any Negroes who they didn't even start anything and go kill them for nothing. A lot of times the women would be branded, then hung by their heels from a tree until someone else caught them, took them down. A lot of times they used thumb screws. Other times they'd whip any white person. The Negroes would mostly be hung, a cross burned in front of their house burned. And there was all sorts of things the KKK did. In 1939, to show the strength of the KKK, 400,000 Klan's members came and marched on the White House, on the green at the White House, to show their support. A lot of them were still riding their customary horses. That's all. No, I talk more.
Okay.
I'm tired.
All right.
This is the Cal NEH American English Dialect Recordings Collection, produced with funding from the National Endowment for the Humanities and the Center for Applied Linguistics. This is tape number 32, side A.
The name of the book is The Day the Fish Came Out, and the story begins. These two boys were in an airplane, Rodney and Tommy, and they crashed in the water, and they had this big box in the airplane, and it was made out of steel, and nobody knew what was in it, and that was this top secret of the Air Force. And this boy, he saw the whole thing, and then he went and told the police, but the police didn't believe him. But another man saw it too, and he saw it, and then the police got the phone call that if anybody told them about the airplane crash, don't believe it, because the two men were supposed to be dead. And this took place in Greece. And mostly everybody talked Greece, and nobody understood English. And then the two boys, they crashed, and they only had their shorts on, and they had to go around through the whole book with no clothes on, just their shorts. And they lost each other, and one stole fruit from everybody's house, and the other one, he went on everybody's clothesline and took off the clothes. And he wrapped a sheet around himself to look like an Arab, because the ship was coming in with a lot of visitors, and there was a lot of Arabs on them. And the Arabs saw him, and they thought it was one of them. They started talking in a different kind of language, and he understood them, and he ran away. So, another part where was this lady and this man, they were sheep keepers, and they saw the box when it landed, and they took it to the house, but they couldn't open it. They did everything to try to open it, but they couldn't open it. And so then on the ship, another ship came in the next day, and this girl came on. Her name was Electra, and she had this acid. She was showing the people in Greece how to use acid, and the guy stole the bottle, and he opened the metal thing, and there was all these big tablets in there, and his wife and him took it, and then they dumped the box over in the river because the investigators were coming to check on the box because it was top secret and nobody knew what it was. And so then the wife, she threw it overboard with the tablets in it, and everybody next day was swimming, and this girl, she came out, she was in shock, she almost drowned because there was all fish all over the river, they were all floating. And in the box, there was these tablets that were supposed to be scientific things made for fish. And like they were working on this program for tablets that could produce people. And they were first doing it on fish. And that's supposed to be, kept top secret. And the whole river was flooded with fish.
The tablets turned into fish?
Yeah.
Oh.
And that's the end.
And that's what happened.
And the 2 boys were found at the end. And they were reported dead because nobody knew about them. They didn't know nobody to see them because they were supposed to be dead. And then at the end,
Why do they have to be dead?
because it was top secret in what they were doing, and nobody heard from them, and nobody could talk English hardly, and so nobody understood them. And so then at the end, these investigators came and they found them. Then they went back to America.
Oh, I see. This was government work that they were doing?
Yeah.
Okay, how did the people react to them then? The people of Greece. Now, did they find this box? Is that what you said?
Yes, the goat keeper's wife and him, they found it. And they didn't know what it was, and so they just kept on trying to open it with everything they could, and they couldn't open it. It wouldn't even bend or anything.
What was it made out of?
Metal and steel, you know. It was big square box, and they couldn't open it. Tried everything, and it wouldn't even bend. And then they took the acid and they made all circles in it until they got to the center.
Oh, I see.
It was all tablets in there. It was fish.
Now, did the police officials finally found out?
Yeah.
How?
They didn't know who had it, but when they went in the river next day, there was the box, and there was all fish, and that was a top secret. Nobody knew what it was.
Oh, I see. Okay, well then, what did you say would be the conflict of the novel? Who were the main characters?
Oh, the 2 boys, Tommy and Rodney, and they didn't tell the goat keeper's name and his wife, but they were sort of like the main characters because they kept on popping in and out. This is really a movie. That's what it's so hard to explain.
Well, but it was made into a book.
Yeah. And the boat that came to Greece from America, there was this girl. Her name was Electra, and she was always the investigator. She was always interfering because she liked one of them, and they had to get her out of there because she was too nosy and she had the acid. And so then the goalkeeper took the acid because she was giving demonstrations on, you know, the uses of acid.
Well, was she evil?
No.
Oh, what kind of demonstrations? How did she use acid?
She showed the different ways that acid worked because they never had, you know, they never seen it.
Like what? What kind of uses?
Like she had metal and she drew a design, and then she just went like that and it fell right out.
Oh, I see.
It was like a demonstration. And then the goalkeeper was there, and she went over to the other investigator, and they went for to get something to eat, and then he ran off with the bottle and went to his house.
Well, you said that it's difficult to explain because it was originally a movie. Why do you think that makes the book more difficult?
Because like when you see a movie, you can tell about it, but when you have to read it, I never even heard of the movie, but you know, they said it was a movie, and on the back it had all pictures of it, but you'd expect it like to be shorter because it's too long to read when you could see it in a picture.
It's too long?
Yeah, you know, like you want to know what happened, you can just see it on television, so you wouldn't want to read it.
Have you ever read a book and seen the movie also?
No.
You never had that experience?
Nope.
What characters would you call the secondary characters in that book then?
Electra and the goat herd and his wife.
What kind of a person do you think Electra is?
Oh, she liked the men. She liked all the guys in there, the investigators, but she liked this main special one.
She's just,
a regular American.
How would you describe a regular American?
She was a girl who always liked men.
Who always liked men? Okay, but was she respectable?
Yeah, she was pretty, real pretty, and she was nice.
Did she get the guy at the end? What happens with that?
No, she went away on a boat, and she met these guys who talked Italian, and they were saying what a pretty girl she was in Italian, and she goes to them in Italian that she understood Italian very well. And then she went off. She left the kid.
She left him? How could she do that?
I don't know. Something happened. They had a fight, I think. They were trying to get rid of her because she was so nosy around there. And then she got mad and then she left. She took the boat back to America the next day.
I see. Was she? Oh, okay. Now, how would you say that the problem is solved? What would you call the conflict, you know, the main problem?
Well, when everybody saw the fish, then they knew, because they saw the box too. The box was down on an edge, and then everybody knew, so it wasn't top secret anymore.
Well, that seems like a big problem, that the secrecy has been lost.
I know. But then maybe, if they knew what was in the box, they would try it on other things.
What do you mean? Who's they?
I don't know. Like the government.
Oh.
Like they would try it on cats or something.
Well, didn't the government, I thought it was government material, wasn't
Yeah.
it? So they knew all the time.
But, it was supposed to be secret, but they didn't know where the box was because when the plane crashed, they had a parachute for everything, and they couldn't find the box.
Oh, I see. So that when the box is found, this is kind of how well, what would you call the problem then?
The box? Because everybody was going around looking for the box.
Okay, the lost box. And then how was it resolved?
It was, when the fish came out. That was the name of the day the fish came out.
Oh, I see. Okay, good. I hadn't realized that. Okay, did you like it?
Yeah. It was
Why?
good. I don't know, because
Was it easy to understand?
Yeah. I read it real fast in 2 days.
You read it in 2 days. Okay. Would you like to read? What other things would you like to read? What would you be interested in reading?
Prepare a speech.
Now, how would that differ from information?
Well, information, I mean, that doesn't mean it's going to help you just because you have information. To help others.
He is a charitable person.
No. Well, yeah, you can see it was in a sense too.
All right, to help others. Mr. Cochran?
I think by giving examples, he's trying to get you interested enough in the article to get you to correct your own speech.
What would you say that is?
To arouse.
To improve other people, which is a little different from to help other people.
Yes.
To arouse, Lee said, that sounds good.
How about to arouse people?
All right. This one means just to get them excited even if they don't improve.
No, well, then, if he arouses their mind, I mean, he's trying to arouse college students into trying to see what their speech defect is or something.
All right. Any other purposes? Be very, very untrusting. Probe down into the slimy reasons that people do things.
Make money.
To make money. All right.
The mind.
A man who is skilled in a certain project writes an article for the American magazine for 1955, and he gets a check over his desk for writing the article. There's another purpose beyond that, which can be included under making money. Mr. Wegner?
Advertising purposes?
Advertising what?
Teaching?
Advertising his product.
Luxury.
Yeah. And any other things that we can say to attract customers. Yeah. In addition to advertising his product, to describe in beautiful terms, to make the public enjoy and want his product. Maybe that's the same thing.
Well, I don't suppose this guy was writing for the reason, like they say, authors write just for the satisfaction they get out of writing. This person probably isn't an author, so he wouldn't get that satisfaction, but that could be another reason.
Because he enjoys doing a good job?
Yeah, he enjoys writing.
All right. Mr. Duffy?
Well, isn't what everyone in the world strives to do is to make a name for himself, have himself be known over the world, make a reputation for himself.
Yes. Now, those are a good number. I think it would be possible to divide those up into good motives and it's difficult to say this, and maybe not so good motives. I don't want to judge, but I want you to see that people have certain motives behind them. Some people like power, and they enjoy exerting that power over other people. If they can get in a situation like that, it might be a perfectly respectable situation. It might be counseling, guidance counselor, or vocational counselor, but it has people coming to them, and they get a chance to manipulate people, to help them, to push them around. Some people might like little children, so that they go into nursery work or hospital work, pediatrics, or nursery school. All of these things not because they want to earn money, but because they want to do these things. Now, that is going to enter into practically every sort of activity that you come into. The college teacher is in a little different situation. I imagine if you have economics teachers, they're not particularly anxious to sell one automobile over against another. They just want to study the sales of all kinds of automobiles. The automobile salesman has an altogether different approach. He wants you to buy, and that's all. There are other steps which lead him to that. So that certainly should be considered in this article. He's praising his product. He doesn't criticize it at all. It would be incumbent on the good college teacher to criticize his own proposals, because he's dealing in truth and not in selling a product. This man has no criticisms of speaking cautious. Now, is everybody shocked at that? I just would like you to consider it over again. Mr. Flaker?
What do you think this guy was out to do? What was his purpose? What do you think he was trying to?
I think he's blowing up his own profession to attract people to make people aware of certain problems in life, and to follow along in practicing with themselves, or in professional classes, in special classes, which involve him and his colleagues as teachers, as correctors of speech. You can say the same thing about English teachers. The English teachers are probably the biggest group of teachers in the country, the most number of teachers, because they have succeeded for 2 or 3 centuries now in entrenching themselves in the job and convincing the public and the students that English is important. They have a very firm hold. I've been trying to argue with English teachers that we should change a few techniques of subject matter, and we could get rid of a few teachers. Oh no, that's not the thing to do. You keep that plan quiet. We want all the teachers that we can. We want all the students we can.
Well, why? Why do they want all those teachers? I mean, what good does it do them?
Jobs.
Well, jobs. What do you mean? I don't understand
You never convince anybody. You never convince a field, that a profession, that their profession could be cut down to the improvement of society. And I think English teaching could if we changed some things, but my plans would not be well received. Look at all the office staff over the administration building. Are all those people necessary? Draining the finances with Ripon College? You cannot tell that to the secretary of the administration.
Well, why wouldn't they be here?
This is just the way people are.
They need the money.
This is just the way people are. Now, let's see what this man has created by his article. He has said that there is a better speech than what most people have, and he said that most people speak badly. Is that a fair summary of what he's trying to put across in this subject? Where does he get description of bad speech? And where does he find the good speech? What does he admire? I'm supposed to be not talking. You're supposed to be doing the talking today on this recording, and not me. What does he admire? What does he criticize or condemn? Blaker?
I think he'd admire an orator, the way he gives that, the person that can get up and give a beautiful quality speech.
But not Harry Truman, because Harry Truman has too many of the qualities which he condemns. Maybe Franklin Roosevelt, yes, or maybe Mrs. Roosevelt. But Truman was pretty careless with his speech. Very folksy, very easygoing.
That's what I said, a flowery orator.
Flowery is the opposite of folksy.
I said I think you'd admire a flowery orator.
Oh, all right. Some other examples of good speech opposed to bad speech. Cottrell? None? You don't know what he admires in this speech. This essay.
None other than that's already been mentioned.
What?
None other than that's already been mentioned.
We haven't mentioned any.
Well, and one of the things he admires some of the people for using their voice and resonating it and making it heard. Like Betty Hutton was one of his examples.
Yes. You could go through the 5 points. Clear rather than slurred. Firm rather than weak. Colorful rather than flat. Modulated rather than high-pitched. Is there another one? Agreeable rather than harsh. Now, can you talk about those points? I suppose I should put them down. I'll put the bad ones down. What's the other one? Now, what do you think about those? I think the question I'm trying to ask is, what is an ideal or a standard? And how did he discover it? Question too hard? You see, if a person prefers things, he must have principles. If I prefer books over radio, I must have some sort of principles which I can give you. Now, he hasn't given any principles supporting good speech. Just assume that everybody knows what good speech is, and he lists it. Everybody agrees with him because he has arguments and evidence and anecdotes. But nobody wants to criticize his basic principles. The same thing occurs in the English classroom. Everybody wants correct speech. Nobody ever asks why. Not even, of course, suffering students who should rebel and insist that the teacher explain why they should have correct speech.
Well, in the article, he states that there is no perfect voice.
All right. But he... Go ahead.
Well, it seemed to me that he took sort of an average of all the voices and picked out the best of that average for what he thought was a perfect voice.
Take the average and then choose the best of them.
The best, the ones on the top would be a perfect voice, and then the ones at the bottom, he'd use those harsh, weak, colorful, high-pitched, and slurred to help him get to the top.
Where did he where did he find the best? That's what I'm interested in knowing. Let me ask you another question. Why is good and evil evil? Why isn't evil good? Why aren't these the good voice? Why aren't these the good aspects of speech? What makes us come to these conclusions? Mr. Valley?
Well, it seems that in his ideal, these are the bad qualities in speaking: harsh, weak, flat, high-pitched, slurred. And those are his ideals. I mean, he doesn't give any proof of the opposite.
Yes.
But it seems to me like that's his, that would be his ideal, in other words.
We accept it. We have faith in what he says because he is an authority.
Well, no, not exactly. I mean, it all depends on your thinking. But what he's trying to get across is saying that a perfect voice or a good voice would include all the opposite of these things right now.
And Mr. Flanker?
Well, don't you think that if a person had a voice similar to that the listener would, I mean, I don't really think, no, you convinced he wasn't too good. But I think if
Never believe what I say.
I think if a person had a weak, flat, high-pitched voice, that it would, listening to him would make you feel uneasy, or that you wouldn't get as good an impression as if you was better. But I don't really think his ideal is the right thing either, because I don't personally care for art.
Well, art is not, I don't think art is his ideal. You said that before, and I didn't make any comment, but I don't think they are. A person who doesn't have these qualities, to him, is a good speaker.
Wait a minute, what do you mean? It doesn't have, well, I think they consider a good speaker is one that has a pleasant voice and very easy to listen to and understand what he's talking about. That's where an average speaker.
Can we make any conclusions about what you've said? You see, somehow we're puzzled here between science or knowledge, which will give us truth, and opinion, which will not give us truth. Opinion might have to do with styles or fads. Supposing a man got up, a tailor got up and tried to tell you what the best men's clothing was right now. He would give his idea of the best. He would list all the bad things. He'd list all the good things, and yet they wouldn't have applied a century ago. Now, how do we know that this isn't just a fad? This is just a passing fancy of the good speech and the bad speech.
That's more of a custom. Anybody, I think, who studied English would have somewhat the same ideas. And when you put them together, you'd have sort of an average, like I stated before. And that'd be the average categories.
No, I think this is the best advance that we've had in a few minutes. That if you put certain groups of people together and then take an average, you can do it very scientifically. You can take the top people and the bottom people, and there'll be some right in the middle, and you can say that these are good. Now that might be one good approach. Stressing the average. Standard and average are pretty close together. I would suggest other criteria that you might apply. Success in communication. How do you test that? You take 10 people and ask them to speak or read before an audience, and then have the audience write down whether these people spoke intelligibly or not. And then you could find the good and the bad. That would be one sort of way of doing it. But to say that the harsh voice, or the weak voice, or the flat voice, or the high-pitched voice, I'm going to separate those four from the bottom one, are bad voices. I'd like to have him tell me why. I don't think he doesn't prove it to me satisfactorily. Now, slurred is quite a different matter. Let's look at the bottom of page 21, paragraph 21. A garage man in Des Moines asked me, "What you want?" And the Tucson waitress inquired, "Jordan, yeah."
I couldn't figure out what that meant.
Did you order that? Did you order that?
No. Let me ask two questions. Did he understand what the garage man meant when he said that? Stood out?
He must have understood it because he wouldn't have told the garage man what he did want.
All right. So that it did succeed in communication. If a person does not succeed, he's very often a foreigner or a person with a feeble mind, and he doesn't know how to put his words together. But any ordinary person, no matter how slovenly he speaks, if he's speaking to a person in his own dialect, he will make himself understood. I really wonder if this is what the person said. W-A-N. I said that to myself, and I've never heard anybody say the word want with ending it in an N. Instead, the letter T is substituted by a closing in the throat. What do you want? I've heard that. And I've heard what do you want without any exploded T at the end. But I don't think the person said what do you want, which is a different word. What do you want? I don't think he pronounced the N and then sat on it, which, or continued to pronounce it as he has indicated here. I don't see how possibly a person could say, Jordan, yet. That's incomprehensible to me. I'd like to hear a tape recording of what the person exactly said. Now, two other points which he should have known. This word is you, and this word is you. Now, it's a fact in all languages. In all languages spoken by human beings, those are the only languages that we have, that if you have the letter Y preceded by T or D, and here's the T, what? And here's the D, did. If those things occur, the T and the Y change to a CH, and the D and the Y change to a J. Now there we have it. J and Ch. That will happen every single time to any speaker in the language, in the English language, when he puts these things together. It is It is only the person who does not speak the language which he's brought up to, in other words, who imitates words in books, who says very carefully, what do you want, rather than, let's see if I can get a better example. Did he send you, rather than did he send you? You see my point, that the natural speaker is going to follow these things, and the man should have known it because he's a speech man. Or what you're doing here. The T and the Y go together and they make a ch sound. The very bottom of that page, the bottom of that column, an area where much lip laziness is heard is in the deep south, where I heard such things as, and then this quote. What is he trying to do? Is this northern superiority over the south? I don't care for any. The word any, a person who knows speech will tell you that either the vowel I or the vowel E before an N in the South, both are pronounced I. You listen to the governor of Tennessee talk on the radio. He spoke last Sunday, a Sunday or two ago, he spoke in the Democratic Convention. And every I, every EN that he pronounced came out I. That's the way they talk. Ah is a correct representation of their pronunciation of the word I. Keh, K-E-H, if the Southerners don't pronounce an ah, that's the thing that they substitute for it. This is my pronunciation of order, except that I don't have an ah, but it's order. Now, he's offering evidence which can be knocked down.
Well, in a way, don't you think that he's just going against the kind of languages? I mean, like in Italian, it's the same way. They have if you come from a higher part, they say, well, that's just a higher part. And it's just like here in America, when you come from the South, that's bound to be that way. Talking.
Dear Mr. President, my name is John Leo of Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm a janitor at the University of Minnesota. In about 3 or 4 days, I'll know whether or not I'll be wearing a khaki uniform or wearing the working clothes I have now. Whichever it is, I'll be all right to serve my country just as I can. I'll try and do anything I can do to help Uncle Sam win this war. It has been said that George Washington was the father of our great country, and I think it's just as hard to run a house after it is built as it is to build it. I think President Roosevelt has done a good job at running our country, and I wish him all the luck in the world. All I can say is keep up the good work, Pop. Thank you.
I am Miss Lee McFadden. I am a cashier with the Walgreen Company. I think everybody should know first aid to help in emergency. Nobody knows how long this war will last. The best we at home can do is to give to Red Cross and buy defense bonds. Money, clothes, and fun won't do us any good without freedom or free speech.
My name is Corrine Holt, and I live at 2006 Fairmont Avenue in St. Paul. I'm a student at the University of Minnesota. This war was a shock to all of us, and I guess the Midwest had felt pretty complacent and safe up to December the 7th, and it was kind of a jolt to know that we really were vulnerable. Now we're all trying to cooperate and do everything we can. I guess we're all behind the war effort 100%. All the girls around the university are knitting for the Red Cross, and whenever we go to theaters, we dig into our pockets and give to the Red Cross donation. We do feel pretty badly when our boyfriends have to go, but I guess that's just part of war. Dad doesn't like the income tax very well, and we don't have many dates now because fellows haven't got cars. But like our president said, we don't feel that anything we can do is too great a sacrifice. We're all behind the war effort 100%, and we know we'll win.
Dear Mr. President, my name is Charles Nolte, and I also am a student at the University of Minnesota. I live at Wayzata, Minnesota. That's about 20 miles from the U, and with this war, I suppose we'll be having quite a bit of transportation difficulty, although we haven't as yet, but we have buses, and I suppose we'll be able to overcome that difficulty. I'm only 18 now, but in a couple of years I'll be subject to the draft, and I've been thinking about the problem of the war a great deal. Here at the U, a lot of the fellows have already had to cancel out, and I suppose they feel a little bad about not being able to finish college, but what's got to be has got to be, I guess. A lot of the fellows have taken ROTC or NROTC courses. They feel that that will help them meet the problem a little better, and they'll be more prepared for the prospects of the war. Here at college, a lot of the fellows have had to quit and are joining defense industries and getting jobs there. And, of course, they've been cutting down on the college nightlife a little bit, and some of the activities have had to close. But on the whole, I think everybody's taking it with a great deal of calmness. It was an awful shock, but we're accepting it. And I think that everybody is going to do his utmost in the war, for the war effort, and I think everybody will accept the responsibilities and do everything they can to help the defense effort.
Dear Mr. President, my name is Richard R. Price, and I am Director of University Extension at the University of Minnesota. I therefore have some contact with students and some notice of the student mind, as well as some contact with the general public, and especially with that part of the general public which is interested in pursuing educational courses while at the same time earning a living. These people come to school at night after working all day. We have a feeling here in Minneapolis and among the students of the University of Minnesota that we have been outrageously betrayed by an ostensible friend, that we are in a state of war when we had no designs upon any other country, that we have been treacherously attacked, and that now it is our business to carry the unpleasant task through. The feeling in Minneapolis and on the university campus is that we have a mean, dirty job to do, and that we must roll up our sleeves and do it to the very best of our ability. We have a feeling of righteous anger against the attackers, but also a feeling that this bad job must be done now, once and for all. We have a feeling here that we must somehow establish a condition of affairs in society, in the world at large, so that each generation may not be forced to look forward to a waste of life, blood, and treasure, and an upset of all our endeavors to establish the good life and a livable social order. These things the more sober people have in mind, and for the next year or 2 years or 3 years, they are grimly determined that they shall devote all efforts, all their means and substance to putting this project through, so that no more shall the world be upset by these terrible and demoralizing episodes which seem to come on every generation. We look to you, Mr. President, for leadership, for organization, for the inspiration of our minds, and the stimulus of our emotions and imaginations, so that we shall harness ourselves grimly to the task and carry it through under your leadership. We hope that the government in Washington will be so organized that there will be no waste motion, and so that the mighty efforts and the mighty resources of this country shall be turned in full flood to accomplish the end which we have in view.
Dear Mr. President, my name is Beth Singer. I'm an NYA student at the University of Minnesota. My feelings about the war so far, I've not tried to straighten out. After the first announcement, I was very unhappy, and since then I've tried not to think about it, and the people I know have also tried not to think about it. The war has entirely dropped out of our conversations. We don't mention it. We read the news and we know what the situation is, but we aren't flag waving. We're neither for it or against it. We realize that we have to face it. I think that youth, more than anyone else, are the only ones who are being very, very cynical or perhaps too rational about it. We are not patriotic in the sense that we're hoping to go out and beat everyone up and march in the streets and just generally flag waving. We're trying to be rational, and we're trying to keep our lives in the same set, or you might call it a rut, that we were in before, because we're terribly afraid to think too much and get out of the rut, because that might be just too dangerous. That's just the emotional reaction. The intellectual reaction, naturally, we hope we'll win, and we expect to win, and we'll do everything we can to help the President and the government to help the United States win the war.
Dear Mr. President, my name is Edward S. Borden. I live at 242 Bedford Southeast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. My profession is psychologist. Like all citizens of this country, I've been doing a lot of thinking about our present emergency. I would say that my thoughts are of two types. First, those related to my profession, and secondly, those which arise from my being a citizen of the country. First, I'd like to speak about those related to my profession. Obviously, all of us are thinking in these professional terms about what our profession can contribute to the present emergency. I have great hopes that the profession of psychology will contribute considerably to the mobilization of our human resources. I'm also particularly concerned about what psychologists can contribute to the morale of the country. I'm thinking of all aspects of morale, the morale of our armed forces, the morale of our civilian population, and the morale of our workers. It seems to me that these various aspects of our total national morale have distinctive problems. One thing I've been particularly concerned about is what our artists, and particularly our musicians, are doing to contribute to national morale. In observing the songs which have grown up during the period after Pearl Harbor, I've felt that they haven't really contributed to national morale, in that they haven't had any real message to give to the American people beyond the purely emotional one. In looking at England and Russia and some of the other countries on our side, and also at the German methods, it seems to me that they've been a little more realistic and perhaps a little more far-sighted in this respect. We notice that they attempt to build songs which bring home important aspects of the world situation to their people, and yet make them musically interesting. As a citizen, I'm very much concerned about what will come after this war, whether we will avoid some of the pits. Obviously, all people in all walks of life are asking themselves about this. It seems to me I've deplored considerably the tendency to sweep aside a lot of the ideals, anti-war ideals, if you will, which has grown up more recently. People saying that we made a mistake in debunking war previously. It seems to me that it's important that our young people going into war go in with the feeling that war isn't good, that it's something bad and something to be avoided. Because with that feeling, I think that after the war, they're going to place much greater pressure on the people who will sit around the peace table than they did in the last war. That may have been our difficulty in the last war, that our soldiers never really experienced enough of the horrors of war to make them feel that they were going to try to force their representatives to constructively build a bulwark against future wars.
I pray that my husband won't be needed for actual military service. Dear Mr. President, I'm Mrs. Dorothy Fisher, and I live at 846 24th Avenue Southeast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm a housewife. In this time of crisis, I feel that every housewife should budget her time and her money so that she may help our national defense. Budget her time so that she may sew or knit for the Red Cross, and budget her money so that she may buy defense bonds and stamps. I also think it's the duty of every wife and mother to keep her home as pleasant and as cheerful as possible. Children don't understand this crisis, and I feel that we shouldn't upset them continually by having them surrounded by an atmosphere of excitement. Above everything, I think we should try to relax. So most of the time, I try to forget that there is a war. However, some things do worry me. I pray that my husband won't be needed for actual military service. For years, he's worked hard and has just this year reached a point where he sees some hope of success in his career. I also pray that the situation won't become so serious that our homes will be bombed and our children in danger. But if this does occur, I'm sure that we can take it just as the British have. Like you, Mr. President, I hate war. But my hatred for war is surpassed by my contempt for those who've knifed us in the back, and my determination to make them wish they hadn't started it. Like everyone else, I didn't want this war. But now that it's been thrust upon us, I pledge myself to do everything in my power to help to win it.
Dear Mr. President, I am Gordon Erickson. My address is 609 Washington Avenue Southeast, Minneapolis. I am 21 years old and operate an elevator at the Nicollet Hotel. We have noticed in the hotel business that conventions are being cut down a great deal and the various industries are taking their salesmen off the road. The salesmen that are still on the road, however, are cutting down on expenses a great deal, especially tipping of bellboys and waiters. I have been trying to get a defense job, but because of having to register in the next draft, it has been difficult for me so far.
Dear Mr. President, I am Jack Scudder of 3914 Northeast Van Buren Street, Minneapolis, and I'm a journalism senior at the University of Minnesota. Of course, after the attack on Pearl Harbor, there was a decided unification of thought in our country. But with the excitement of that tragedy having worn off, I've been rather shocked lately to notice the amount of anti-British feeling in the Midwest here. There's also a feeling among large numbers of the people, at least large numbers with whom I have had contact recently, that this war, as the last one, they say, is the result of some selfish moneyed interests. On the other hand, I find large numbers of people who are looking about for something to do in the defense effort. They are excited, they have a lot of surplus energy, they are in sympathy with the government's program, but they don't know what to do. They want a part, they want assigned a specific task, and without it a lot of energy is going to waste, and I feel there's a danger to citizen morale. Of course, there's another thing that has been called to my attention recently, and that's the amount of disorganization caused in some businesses by the halting of automobile and tire production. I notice this particularly in the fields of salesmanship. There, all persons handling automotive products are looking about for something to do. Many very intelligent, some well-educated people are now without or facing a situation in which they will find no means of support.
Dear Mr. President, my name is Edward S. Borden. I live at 242 Bedford Southeast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I am a psychologist. Like all others in our country, I've been doing a lot of thinking about the present emergency. I have two types of views about this. One, as a psychologist, and two, as a citizen. I'm going to speak first about my view as a psychologist. As such, I am very much interested in how we of the psychological profession may contribute to this emergency and to our defense program. I sincerely hope that we will contribute a great deal in terms of the mobilization of our human resources. One thing that I've been particularly concerned about is the problem of our national morale, and here I distinguish between the morale of our armed forces, the morale of our civilians, and the morale of our laborers. I've been particularly concerned about the contribution of our artists and musicians to this morale, particularly of our musicians. It seems to me that through our songs and music we can contribute a great deal toward developing individuals' insights and understandings of their place and their stakes in the present situation. However, I've been very much disappointed in the songs which have been created since Pearl Harbor. Their emphasis, it seems to me, has been on relatively meaningless and emotional concepts. rather than constructive ones. I think we have an example of the other type of approach in the kinds of songs that have been created in England, Russia, and also in Germany. Their stress is upon what are to be the goals of the people who are fighting in this war. And I should hope that eventually our musicians will see this point and attempt to follow the same line. As a citizen, like so many others, I am thinking ahead and trying to see just what will come of the peace which will inevitably follow this war. I've been particularly concerned about the tendency to regret the debunking and thinking that we did after the last war, and to say that we made a mistake in debunking war and saying that it was bad. It seems to me that if our young men go into this war with the realization and the intense belief that war is bad, that they don't want to go into war, then after the war is over, they will contribute a lot more and place a lot greater pressure on our representatives at the peace table to bring out something constructive and something which will prevent any further wars. I think this would be a good summary of my views at this time, Mr. President. Thank you.
Dear Mr. President, my name is W.J. Faulkner, college pastor at Fisk University, and one who is interested in boys in the city of Nashville. I think one of the brightest spots in our life here at Nashville at the present time, with reference to the white and colored relationships, is a work that I'm interested in at the Negro Youth Center, where white and colored members of the board direct this center. It's a recreational project that promotes citywide programs in the winter, and in the spring and summer it has outdoor activities, and it gives the youngsters a chance to go out in the country where they might get a bit of fresh air and where they might build up their bodies to become good citizens, good strong men in our community. These things couldn't be if our colored youth didn't share so generously in the benefits of the Council of Community Agencies and the Community Chest. I think one of the most hopeful signs of goodwill down here, where we are kept out of industries and other things, is that we do work together as white and colored citizens interested in giving the Negro boy a chance. One of the finest things that's been done by this Negro Youth Center has been a Halloween program which we hold in one of the city parks in the fall. Thousands of our boys and girls come there for a good time, and the police records show that not a single arrest has been made for the last 3 Halloweens among colored youth in Nashville. I think this is quite a record, and our juvenile delinquency has gone down as a result of the work in this center. I think this is a very fine investment in race relations and in money from the community chest.
My dear Mr. President, my name is Chesterfield White. I am just about to enter the armed forces of America. As I go to take my places with the other soldiers of this country, I am asking myself a question. What am I fighting for? I am fighting to help preserve democracy and to beat the Axis power. The American way of life is so dear to me and to every American. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, and a representative form of government. In the countries where they have a dictatorship of government, they are opposed to that freedom. And may I say, as Irving Berlin has said in his song, God bless America.
Dear Mr. President, I am Miss C.L. Hightower, Negro adult teacher of Bethlehem Center, located in Nashville, Tennessee. We have but one main objective, and that is to give you, our armed forces, loyal support, and whatever you may ask for, regardless of the cost or sacrifice. We intend to block every advance made by Hitler. Here on the home front, as a WPA teacher, I can use my position to instruct my pupils in methods of civilian defense and urge them to support our national war effort. We have many illiterate boys of draft age who attend our night school. It is my objective to instruct them so that they may be better when they go to the Army. I hope that my contribution, however small, has added much.
Dear Mr. President, my name is Albert Smith. I am a plaster. I am a draftee. I've taken my examination in Class 1A. My friends ask me what I think about this war. I tell them that it's just on another job signed to my hand to do, and I'm willing to do it the best that I can. And I think that every Negro in America should be glad to do all that he can to help whoop Hitler. Because this is one country where a Negro can work and serve God and cultivate his education and do most any kind of work that he desires to do. And I think we should do all we can to help win this war.
My dear Mr. President, I am Mabel McKay, section leader of the Negro Block Division of Nashville. Our folk are perfectly willing to do their bit. A number of them are unskilled labor. They are willing to do what they can. The registration were 100%. So many of the folk that came to our registration are working people. They had to come after hours, though at that they came and were willing. They pledge to our country their support and willing to do all that they can do.
President of the United States, greeting from the colored women of Nashville. When our leader returned from Washington in conference with Mrs. Roosevelt and Mayor LaGarde and requested that the colored women organize for civilian defense and divided the Nashville into 5 groups, north, east, south, west, and central, of which I am the district chairman of the central group. And in the past 2 months have organized 2 first aid classes and 3 large knitting classes. We are very proud of our opportunity to show our loyalty to our country and ask that our men be given an equal chance in the Army, Navy, and Air Force.
Dear Mr. President, my name is William Hill, Boys Club worker. In the city of Nashville, the anthem of the South, the Negroes are doing all that they can to help in this emergency. The government has set up classes in auto mechanic, molding, and smithing. A large number of Negroes have volunteered in the classes in knitting, sewing, nurse's aid, and first aid. All the boys and men were interested in the recent registration for civilian defense. They came seeking information, trying to find out the things that they were best fitted for and the things that they could do. And they were willing to take classes and better fit themselves for this national defense program.
My dear Mr. President, this is Letty Galloway, girls worker and community organizer at Fifth Social Center. My work is with the greatest percentage, I would say, of poor Negroes in a congested area of the city. Recently, I have been observing something to me that is very important, I think, in defense, and that is a new awareness of interest among these people in defense. Now, of course, this is something that is natural, I would say, because they are soldiers and defense workers in the families. But this awareness and interest has also made me very interested in defense, too, and I'd like to do my bit. It seems that I have developed a problem within myself, and that is one of interpreting news to these people. It's a funny thing. Hearsay and from word to mouth news is something that isn't unusual at all, I might say. One day, Mrs. Watson came into the office and told me that she heard that all of the were going to on the first day I have to combat these people.
I am very glad to have this opportunity to send a brief message to the people of Michigan as we begin our nationwide fight against infantile paralysis for 1942. The people of Michigan know what a vicious and treacherous and utterly ruthless thing this disease really is. The people of Michigan know from tragic first-hand experience what an epidemic of infantile paralysis can be like. In 1940, Michigan was struck by the full savage force of one of these epidemics, and when it was over, the fearful invader had laid its crippling hand on more than 1,200 children and young people. This year, the fury of this 1940 epidemic has abated somewhat, but even this year, infantile paralysis has taken a toll of more than 250 victims. And so the people of Michigan know that while the nation is mustering all of its resources to crush the treacherous tyrants that threaten us from abroad, it is still vitally important, more important than ever before, that we keep up the fight against infantile paralysis here at home. But let me give you the national picture. In the past 3 years, we have had a total of 26,000 cases. 26,000 cases of sudden tragedy, blasted hopes, twisted lives and bodies. And these were not scattered cases. Generally speaking, they were the results of epidemics, concentrated attacks of infantile paralysis upon whole communities, whole states, entire groups of states. That's what we must remember as we go into our 1942 campaign. We're fighting an epidemic disease as yet unconquered by our medical scientists in the research laboratory. But to touch upon a more cheerful aspect of our campaign, I have the honor to inform you that President Roosevelt's 60th birthday on next January 30th has been declared our President's Diamond Jubilee Birthday Celebration. The nation is being organized as never before so that every man, woman, and child in every city and town and hamlet may have a part in this tribute to our Chief Executive and our leader through the most momentous days in our history. Here we are fortunate in having the brilliant leadership of Governor Van Wagner as honorary chairman and of my good friend Abner E. Larned of Detroit as active chairman. They have assured me Michigan is going to make the fight against infantile paralysis an all-out, all-American offense, and our President's Diamond Jubilee birthday celebration, one of the most memorable events in Michigan's history. As national chairman, I wish you all every success in that noble objective.
I'm going to have much. I wouldn't want to lose it, though.
Well, then suppose you just leave the name off. But if you think it'll be all right, just think it'll be all right, just think.
Well, naturally, I'm interested in democracy, as a black American should be, but I tend to feel that my primary problem is in America. You see, I was educated, at least to some extent here, and I was taught that you solve first things first. Now, I'm interested in democracy in America, and I think that we're going about the thing all wrong. I believe that if we're going to establish world democracy, why, first we should establish it here and then let the zeal of our converts carry it beyond our borders. Another little interesting item that I have in mind is I read in the New York Times on Tuesday an account of the radio address by Prime Minister Curtin of Australia. And at the end of his speech, why, he went on to say that Australia is a white Australia, and with God's help, will always be a white Australia. I'm not particularly interested in that. Naturally, as a black American, I'm very interested in democracy. However, I think that we are not going about the problem correctly. As a result of my education, I feel that we should solve first things first. Now, in America, we haven't got any democracy yet. I cite as examples of that the lynching down in Saguenay, Missouri the other day, the disturbance in Alexandria, Louisiana, a couple of weeks ago, and other forms of more petty discrimination, like inability to get jobs in defense industries based on color, things of that sort. Now, I feel that before you can export a commodity, you should at least see that it's used within the borders of your own country. In America, you find that we all prattle and talk of democracy, but we are trying to export something that we don't really believe in. This is awfully bad. I'm getting all balled up. As a black American, I'm quite naturally interested in democracy. However, I do feel that what we should do is get a little democracy in America first. In the United States, we haven't achieved any democracy. Now, the result of my education, my learning in America, has been that you solve first problems first. Now, we don't seem to be doing this. We are busy trying to bring the four freedoms to the rest of the world, but yet here in America, they don't exist. I cite as examples of this the lynching in Saguenay, Missouri the other day, the brutal shooting of several Negro soldiers in Alexandria, Louisiana a couple of weeks ago, and the ever-present and still continuing discrimination against Negro craftsmen in defense industries. Now, to my mind, this is not democracy. The emotional drive will never reach a climax as long as these things continue. A good idea of the sort of thing that you have to contend with if you're a black soldier in the forces of democracy would be gotten from reading the speech delivered by the Prime Minister of Australia. was reported in the New York Times Tuesday. Thomas Curtin, Prime Minister of Australia, in ending his speech said that there is a white Australia now, and with God's help, there will always be a white Australia. Now, you can't expect a black man to be enthusiastic over that.
See what I mean? I work for the people down here, the junk shop people, and they're so disagreeable, I couldn't stay there. Well, I went to working for the house down there, I think it's 540, 126th Street down, way down the hill there. Well, he's so disagreeable, couldn't see every him. So it just gives you a bad opinion. So you have your mind crossed up and thinking like that, you can't keep yourself together. See, it's nothing. The person have to have some encouragement one way or the other, you know, to even to do something, even to work. If you want to work, you gotta have some encouragement some kind of way. If you don't, you see, everything is downhearted to a man. It's nothing for him to do. Nothing you can do, nothing you can say. It's nothing. There's no satisfaction to no one, or to yourself, or nobody else. This puts a fellow in a kind of a bad condition. I'm a place and you don't know where he's at. Well, I don't think, now, to my opinion, that as far as what Hitler is trying to do, it don't mean a real opinion, you know, because it's going too fast. You see, he don't know about what he's doing. He's just trying to take advice from somebody else. He's just with other countries that tell him what to do. Well, he run his own self in a crack, you know, just that way. There's nothing he can do. His chance is not worth 2 cents, not for the United States. The United States going to war with Germany. To my opinion, they're going in war with Germany this month. In a couple of months, there won't be no Germany. Just tear him up right away. See, because he done did so much, now he done lost. A lot of his power. He ain't got nothing. Nothing he can do. His chance is no good at all. Not for fighting war. His chance is good for what he's doing, though. It's signifying. Just stir up the whole world for nothing. That's all I see. Right. Hello, Mr. President. This is Alexander Green of Lawrenceville, Virginia. I would like very much to have a job in the government service. I'm an uneducated man, but I can do labor work. I don't know what else to say now. That's enough.
Mr. President, at the present time, I'm a head chef girl in a Spanish nightclub in the village. But I'm a refugee from Austria and made my Doctor of Laws from University of Vienna. For the time being, we Austrians are regarded enemy aliens. We cannot help it. It doesn't depend upon our having our citizen papers or not. Oh, let's stop it. Let's stop it. It's all wrong. It's all wrong. All wrong. All wrong. Mr. President, I am a refugee from Austria, where I made my law degree at University of Vienna. For the time being, I'm checking heads in a Spanish nightclub. Right now, we Austrian refugees are regarded enemy aliens. I would love to tell you my name here and my address, but I do not dare to, as my people are still on the other side and I don't want to endanger them. Whether we are called enemy aliens or not doesn't make the faintest difference to our feelings and to our wishes. I think that no American citizen can deeper appreciate what it means to fight for a democracy than somebody who has never lived in a democracy, but who is a refugee from a dictatorship and who found refuge in a Mr. President, I'm a refugee from Austria, and therefore I would much prefer not to tell you my name or my address, as all my people are still on the other side, and I do not dare to endanger them. I made my law degrees from University of Vienna, but right now I'm checking heads in a Spanish nightclub. We Austrians and Germans are regarded enemy aliens, but that doesn't change our wishes or our feelings. I think that no American can deeper appreciate what it means to fight for a democracy than somebody who has never lived in a democracy, but who has barely escaped the dictatorship to find refuge in a democratic paradise. I do not think that any American can better understand what those freedoms mean that for which we are fighting right now. We have never known what freedom of speech or freedom of press means, but we have always guessed that it must be something wonderful to have them. Now, when we first got a taste of them, we know that it is worth everything to retain them. We are not allowed to do our share at the present time. Only very few of us, the boys in the army, can do what we all would like to do. But I can assure you that every single one of us will do everything within his power when his time comes. We all will be there to our last breath and to our last drop of blood. The title, Enemy Alien, is a handicap to express sincere feelings. But I think that we can disregard the word enemy and just let the word aliens. And your fight is our fight much more than an American citizen can understand, because we have lost everything and we have left everybody behind who was dear to us. We only have the future, we have no past, and we have to fight for this future to make it possible to live in it. Will you please allow me, although I am an enemy alien, to say with the American people and with you, God bless America. Thank you.
Dear Mr. President, I am just one of 36,000 New York City school teachers, and I am deeply impressed at being allowed to speak to you. Later, I am going to think of all the things I should have said. But just now, the only thing teachers can think of is the safety of the children. When we built our schools, of which we are justly proud, we planned for a maximum amount of light and air, and when we added completely fireproof construction, we thought we had done a pretty good job. Nobody thought of bombs. Today, we had an air raid drill. The children, bundled into their wraps, scurried to the safest places we can find for them. They dive under seats or duck against walls and start to sing. At the end of a corridor, you may hear that our banner makes tyranny tremble, while at the other end of the corridor you may learn the troubles that old MacDonald was having with the farm. From the floor below, you may hear the complaints of someone who had to leave an old home in Kentucky. The children think it's great fun. They have absolutely no fear, and the morale is excellent. But a democracy can be no better than the people in it. It is up to us teachers to instill into the child the ideas of democracy and the traditions of America. It is he who must carry on. We can do without automobiles, radios, and washing machines if we must. We got along without them before. But we can't do without educated, tolerant citizens. Don't save on the schools. The children trust us. Don't let them down.
Okay. Dear Mr. President, I'm Max P. Weisberg of New York City. I've been called to the colors in the last war, and I came home on a furlough, and my mother walked me to the subway station one night and started to cry. I asked her what's the idea. She said, I might not ever see you again. I says, don't be that way, Ma. Send me off with a smile. I'll be back in a short while. Of course, it took me quite a while to get back, but I got back. I also said, confidence is 99% of your battle. And if everybody would feel that way, they'll all come back. I think it's a great way to feel.
Mr. President, my name is Albert Hemsing. I'm a college student in New York City. Mr. President, I was born in Germany, and although I was brought up in America, I'd like to speak for my fellow Americans of German birth and ancestry. First of all, undoubtedly the great majority of these Americans are behind our war effort, are against Hitler. Yet sometimes they run into discrimination and prejudice because of accent or their names. And while such names as LaGuardia and Wagner carry great honor on the national scene, when individuals apply for jobs with names like that, they sometimes find prejudice. Even recent refugees from Germany who have reason to hate Hitler most find that they're discriminated against. These people, all of them, German Americans and others, are against Hitler because essentially, like all people,